Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Legislative Assembly calls on the Whanokaiaro CLP government to reverse its 5.3% hike to power, water, sewerage charges and give Territorians cost of living relief.
Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is clear that the CLP government has made a deliberate choice. From the 1st of July this year, Territorians have been slapped with a massive 5.3% power hike, also including a water hike and a sewerage hike. That increase, Madam Speaker, is above the CLP's much celebrated 3% wage increase policy. It is above wages growth, which is not helping Territorians in the long run, Madam Speaker. Being above that rate means that household incomes are growing, but more is being used to address the cost of living for families across the Northern Territory, Madam Speaker. And this is at a time that comes with enormous pressure for families, for individuals, and those who run our small and medium businesses across the Northern Territory. And this has not been something that has happened accidentally, Madam Speaker. It has been a deliberate act, a deliberate decision and a deliberate implementation of the CLP's disrespect for Territorians when it comes to the cost of living crisis and choosing not to support Territorians when the CPI is at 3.9%. So clearly out of whack. They must have either ignored their own focus and policy around the community service obligation and decided that it's actually Territorians who need to foot the bill when it comes to the power prices and footing all of that. And I know we've heard some of the, wishy-washy responses from Bill Yan, the Treasurer, in the past. But, Madam Speaker, just so I can unpack a little bit for Territorians how the government's deliberate decision is made when it comes to the community service obligation. You have two responsible ministers, the Treasurer as the shareholding minister and the Essential Services Minister as the operational minister. So in this game that we're playing today, Madam Speaker, that is Bill Yan as the Treasurer and it is Steve Edgington as the Minister for Essential Services.
Yes.
Standing
seat,
order,
please.
34
Opposition
proper
leader.
names. The Minister Edgington is the Minister for Essential Services.
Yes, take your seat, please, Opposition Leader. Leader of Government Business.
Be referred by their title, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 34. You cannot refer to members by their name, and you just did. So, yes, could you withdraw that and refrain from doing that, please, Opposition
So the
Leader.
member for Barkly is the Minister for Essential Services and the member for Namatjira is the minister who is the Treasurer. So they are the two ministers responsible in the CLP government in today's game, Madam Speaker.
Take your seat, please, Opposition Leader. What's your point of order, Member for Goyder?
I noted you asked the Opposition Leader to withdraw, but she never actually said the magic words, I withdraw.
Correct. Would you
Expensive.
withdraw? I might just get some advice on that from the clerk, please?
Expensive to say someone's name.
I'm not sure exactly how you do that.
Just a standing order and I've adhered to the new standing, the correction. Didn't know you were so precious, Member for Goyder.
So the standard is we don't ask you to withdraw, we ask you not to do it in future.
Thank you,
My
and that's
correction.
why I've corrected. Thank you, Madam Speaker, under your guidance, and obviously the member for Goyder needs to go and reread his standing orders to brush up a bit as the government whip. Let's hope so. He's getting a good pay packet for that job. So, Madam Speaker, the member for Namatjira is the Treasurer. The member for Barkly is the Essential Services Minister. So let's go back to the game that we're playing today. Now we've got everyone's names and titles right, and we've taught the member for Goyder how to read his standing orders properly. So today, the understanding of that process. The shareholding minister is the money person. The Essential Services Minister is the operational person, and they take what they hear from the government-owned corporations. There are three: Power and Water Corporation, Jacana Energy and Territory Generation. So those three government-owned corporations operate almost like a business model, but they don't report, they do report to a board and they do have CEOs, but ultimately they are owned by the government, Madam Speaker. Thankfully, the CLP didn't get to sell it all off and privatise those three when they were carving it up between 2012 and 2016. So they are still government-owned corporations, because what that means, Madam Speaker, is those massive price hikes that are experienced in our southern and eastern states, in particular with the large populations, where we have seen up to 18% energy increases for the eastern seaboard, for those large populations, have been largely due to the privatisation of energy in Australia. So we don't have that here in the Territory. Thankfully, that's what the CLP government was previously planning when they were in power in 2012 and 2016. And I know the member for Barkly likes his history lessons, so hopefully you'll follow along with that one today. He's looking very studious, Madam Speaker. So that's what the government was intending to do. That's why they had the corporation split into three. They were planning to sell off a couple, make a quick buck, like they did for Territory Insurance Office. And we know that was sold off. It can't be bought back. It is costing a lot of money now, but it is now privatised because the former CLP government did that work and they didn't realise that the quick buck that they made at the time was going to impact Territorians for the worse later on down the track. And we've seen the huge impact of those type of decisions of the past just recently, Madam Speaker, in this year's severe weather, the floods, the cyclones, and the impact on Territorians. Sadly, some are unable still, here now in July, we're nearly up to August, Madam Speaker, unable to access or be granted insurance that they need because of that severe weather impact. Previously, the idea of the Territory Insurance Office was to make sure that that type of process in the Territory, acknowledging the uniqueness of the Northern Territory and where we live, which we love, but we are prone to those severe weather events. And the idea of having a Territory Insurance Office that could recognise that and ensure that Territorians had affordable insurance to protect them when it comes to severe weather is something that we no longer, unfortunately, have access to. So when we're talking about, Madam Speaker, the impact of how those assets, those power and water and sewage assets are paid for, it does come through the government budget. It is paid through that buck from the government. And there is that community service obligation, and we've heard the Treasurer talk about it. Anyone would think the Treasurer invented it, Madam Speaker. No, it's been around for a long, long time, and it is something that is so important because it does provide pressure, financial pressure alleviation for Territorians when it comes to their bills. But what we have seen from the 1st of July, not just the bang of the firecrackers and the 10-cent deposit scheme increasing like the member for Blaine was celebrating earlier in question time, we have also now seen a 5.3% increase to Territorians on their bills for power, for water and for sewage. And let's hope that all of the CLP members are doing their job out in their electorates and their constituents are able to talk to them, because if people are receiving a quarterly bill, Madam Speaker, we're in July, we're going to August, come September, people will be noticing a very, very different bill with a 5.3, 3.5 wouldn't have been so bad, but a 5.3% increase when it comes to our utilities here in the Northern Territory. So, Madam Speaker, when the Treasurer steps back from his role and says, oh, we had nothing we could do and this is just what's happened and it's sort of an accident that has happened to Territorians. No, that is not correct. This is a deliberate decision by the CLP government to make that choice and to pass the buck and to pass the dollar onto Territorians to make those payments. This is a direct decision, and every single cabinet minister, Madam Speaker, for the CLP government, led under the Chief Minister, the member for Spillett, has endorsed this decision because it is a cabinet decision, it is a government decision, and each and every CLP member is responsible for those processes as well. So when they say, oh, we couldn't do anything more and, oh, this has accidentally happened and, oh, too bad, Territorians, you're just going to have to pay and foot the bill. No, this was and still is a deliberate decision by the CLP government, Madam Speaker. When we talk about the average household, Madam Speaker, and we asked the questions yesterday, and we got a very dismissive response, and I think it was the Deputy Chief Minister, the member for Nelson, who yelled out some flippant comment in response across the chamber. Oh, do the calculation, they'll have to do it 5.3% of their own bill. Yeah, but there is modelling done, Madam Speaker, and believe you me, I know what the Treasury Department is like, and they make sure that they know every dollar and cent and it's accountable. There is modelling that is done to lead to different options and decisions for any government, whether it's a CLP government or hopefully let's go for a future Labor government. Any government has that modelling done. So for the CLP government yesterday to not answer a single dollar amount in the questions that were asked yesterday in question time by our Labor opposition either tells me they don't know, they don't care, they don't want to do the work, or perhaps all three. So, Madam Speaker, it does matter to Territorians because the October parliamentary sittings, guess what, Madam Speaker? Everyone would have had their first quarterly bill by then. So I think they're going to get some very big discussions about these power price hikes to be able to understand what the impact is across the territory. And I'm sure that I'm going to assume, Madam Speaker, that I would expect that many of the CLP government's constituents are not necessarily going to go into each of the government electorate offices and say, hey, I'm really glad that my bill is 5.3% higher than I normally get. It's really great for me and my family. It's really great for me as a pensioner. It's really great for me as a young couple who may be trying to have a family. We think this is a great decision. Thanks, CLP government, for hiking up our bills, making us pay more when already the cost of living is putting pressure on us, our family, an individual, particularly our dear seniors, Madam Speaker. So these price increases are seemingly on a page right now, but they will unfortunately, Madam Speaker, become a reality for many Territorians come the end of September and beginning of October. So they very quietly spoke about this when asked when we did the estimates process in June. And I did ask the question, I think twice, Madam Speaker, to the Treasurer, the member for Namatjira, to clarify on the record during estimates that that was the number, the 5.3% increase was in fact the number, that we were correct in our understanding of the budget books, that the CLP have full control. They can't blame Labor anymore, Madam Speaker, because this was the full budget of the CLP since August 2024. It was their full control of that budget. So their decision around not keeping in with CPI, the 3.9%, is a deliberate decision, Madam Speaker, and don't let any Territorian be fooled that this was an accident by any way, shape or form. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to talk about some of the indifference that we are seeing with the decisions that CLP makes. So the Treasurer may see the percentages just as numbers on a spreadsheet, and I guess the Treasurer's looking at another numbers. I hope so, otherwise he's out fishing, so who knows where he's making his decisions. But the territory budget and the numbers that are seen, there are pressures of cost of living that are not necessarily reflected always in a territory budget, Madam Speaker. And they do modelling around this. The Department of Treasury and Finance does do modelling. And people may have heard in this chamber, or people outside listening may have heard, talk about the average cost of a grocery basket. So there's modelling around that happens across the country. That's not new, not just for the territory, but it does happen. So the average cost of a grocery basket for Territorians and for families. So when we look at what some of these extra costs may impact, this could mean for territory families and for individuals, could mean less money for school expenses, being able to support children and young people with their education. Could mean less money to keep their cars going. If they're lucky enough to have a car, perhaps another 2 cars in their family, it may mean that they have to seriously think about how are they going to pay for fuel. If their car isn't an EV, how are they going to pay for that? Or do they have to change over to that different energy source? Less money to support our local businesses. If people are feeling the pinch at home, then they're less likely to go out and that coffee every day, or they're less likely to go down to the corner store and to buy some local, treats and bakery goods. So our local businesses then become they're not immune then to the pinch for people looking at their dollars and making sure that their families or or themselves as individuals have to make some of those hard decisions around their own budgets. And Madam Speaker, a 2.6% pay rise for some Territorians does not even come close to covering that 5.3% increase in the three essential services: power, water, sewerage. And I think the government here, Madam Speaker, the CLP is deliberately making Territorians poorer in real terms when it comes to these decisions and the impact on everyday lifestyle here in the NT. But that impact does not just stop at households, Madam Speaker. As I said, cafes, businesses, restaurants, particularly our hospitality sector, will feel the pinch. Retailers, tradies, our accommodation providers, community organisations, they will start to feel the pinch. Each business, Madam Speaker, particularly in that hospitality sector, usually requires lights, refrigeration, air conditioning, water, and businesses cannot absorb the costs themselves forever. Eventually, those costs do get passed on to the consumer through the high prices, or unfortunately, perhaps fewer staff to do the work. If you can't pay your staff at that minimum wage and ensure that they're looked after, there may be some of those tough decisions by businesses to let staff go, or to trade for less hours, shorter opening hours, Madam Speaker. And ultimately, what we don't want to see is businesses closing altogether. So when the government does make these big decisions, like increases to power, like increases to water, like increases to sewage charges, then the cost of almost everything, Madam Speaker, goes up and increases. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, since the CLP has been in government, they've ridden on the tailwinds of the former Labor government with that $1 billion of extra school funding for our public schools, a great agreement. Thank goodness they couldn't get out of it. But we've already seen how the CLP treat our schools in the NT, Madam Speaker. They move government schools onto commercial, cost-reflective utility pricing. This was outrageous. We saw in the member for Barclay's electorate alone, Madam Speaker, the Tennant Creek Primary School started to receive their average of their monthly electricity bill, reportedly from $5,000 a month in their overhead costs to $17,000 a month just for Tennant Creek Primary School in the member for Barclay's electorate. And he is the Minister for Essential Services in his own electorate. One of his schools is seeing that significant increase because the CLP government made the deliberate decision to pass the buck and to pass it on, not just to our families, not just to impact our businesses, but to impact our schools. That money, Madam Speaker, that extra money, that windfall, it took 7 years for the former Labor government to get that money out of the feds. Started under a National Liberal federal government, ended with a National Labor government. 7 years of work to get the extra $1 billion of education funding for our public schools here in the Northern Territory. The CLP has passed that very important baton, the education, the future of our kids and the Territory. And what do? Instead of running with that baton, Madam Speaker, they look at how shiny that baton is and decide to try and sell it off at the corner store. Because it is now our schools that are at risk of spending the extra money that is supposed to be resourced for our Territory kids to make sure that they can thrive in any setting, no matter what school, what education setting that they are engaged with across the Northern Territory. They are now being asked to foot the extra bill and use thousands and thousands of dollars meant for child resources now on the overhead costs because the CLP government made a deliberate decision to increase those power costs and to pass the buck onto our territory schools, our territory kids, our territory teachers and our territory principals. And Madam Speaker, figures that we looked at within the last 12 months, from only 12 schools across the territory, we have over 150 public schools, and there's about 40, off the top of my head, Madam Speaker, about 40 private education institutions and schools across the territory. But 12 schools suggested an annual impact combined of almost $1 million. $1 million on just paying bills rather than paying for resources for classrooms, resources for kids, and more teaching staff and support staff in schools. That money should always be spent on our territory kids in schools, Madam Speaker, on our classroom supports, on those learning materials, and perhaps, God forbid, including the support for education and engagement, which, rather than using it as a proactive measure, the CLP government has made, again, another horrible decision to make a deliberate decision around punitive measures for education and attendance and engagement. We have not seen the fruits of any of that horrible Labor across the territory. Madam Speaker, I am a very proud product of public education, and I was, as some people in here will know, a very proud to be teaching in the public system before this life as a politician. And public schools are not a factory. They're not a commercial enterprise. They're not a money-making decision. Pardon?
Taminman High School.
Taminman, yeah, I'm a Sanderson kid, CSC, high school.
Stop lecturing.
Oh,
Okay.
that's probably the best part of being a former teacher, Madam Speaker, is I get to lecture the CLP government. It's actually quite fortuitous. Unfortunate for you, Member for Barclay, but great for me. When we're talking about our territory, kids, every dollar does matter. And I think everyone in this room, everyone in this chamber, everyone who goes out into their community, represents their electorate and sees the joy of being a local member at that grassroots, so at that school, at that homeland school, at that big high school. And for some of us lucky enough to have tertiary institutes in our electorates as well, that every dollar for those classrooms, whatever those classrooms may look like, does count. And Madam Speaker, we asked some questions yesterday in question time as well regarding local government, which just happens to be also the Member for Barclay's portfolio, local government. And we saw the same approach. We saw local governments come out fiercely and ask for those exemptions because of perhaps up to 30%, 30% increase and hike and impact on local government budgets because of the very deliberate decision by the CLP government to hike our power prices and utility prices. Councils do not have unlimited money, and very proudly the Member for Barclay spoke about people's connection to local government in here, former councillors, etc., which is great. Missed out our two, the Member for Nightcliff and the Member for Goyder, so I just thought I'd put that on record, Member for Barclay, so you don't dismiss our crew from local government backgrounds as well. But councils do not have unlimited money. So higher bills mean less funding for local roads, less funding for parks, for our families, for our individuals, for people who are coming to visit the Northern Territory, less funding for pools, libraries, community facilities, higher rates for residents, which is probably the big stickler when you're talking out on the doors, and perhaps the CLP will be out on the doors thinking about and listening to some of those complaints and comparisons. And what frightened councils, Madam Speaker, was a 120% increase. It was expected then to try and reduce the damage to that 30%. And that's not relief, Madam Speaker, that is still a massive hit. And we've seen the very failed track record. And for the lecture for the Member for Barclay today, Madam Speaker, the one who likes the history lessons, when the CLP was last in government, and the one common factor and denominator of that is the Chief Minister, the Member for Spillett. She's the only single common factor linking to that chaotic and turmoil time in the Territory between 2012 and 2016. That's the Chief Minister. She was a part of that chaotic government at the time. And the decisions made by the CLP government then, Madam Speaker, electricity prices went up 30%, 30. Water went up 40%, 40. Sewage went up by 25%, 25. And the member for Spillett, the current Chief Minister, was a part of that government. So maybe she's borrowing some ideas from the past and starting to slowly implement them into her own team. And they're following like blind sheep, Madam Speaker, not asking questions. How will this impact my electorate? How will this impact my constituents? How will this make it better for Territory families who are facing the cost of living? We do not have any of those responses from the CLP government other than what we need to judge them on, and that is their action, their deliberate decision to increase our utility costs, power, water, sewage for Territorians from 2 weeks ago, the 1st of July, or maybe 3 weeks ago now. What are we on? 22nd. 3 weeks ago, the 1st of July, that 5.3% increase, and saying that they could do nothing about it. When they are in control, they need to stop talking like they've gone back to the opposition suddenly 2 years later in this little desperate attempt to come together with some type of narrative around how terrible Labor is. They've been in for nearly 2 years, Madam Speaker. They have the control panels at their fingertips. Every single decision now impacting Territorians is their decision. Their budgets, their deliberate decisions, how anything they do as a CLP government will impact on Territorians. It is their responsibility, Madam Speaker. So the price shock does sit in the CLP's DNA, and we will start to see more and more people realise the impact of those deliberate decisions by the CLP, particularly in the next 2 months' time. Madam Speaker, the CLP government broke a key election promise that they went out and spruiked pretty much the whole of 2024, and that was to return the premium feed-in tariff, the FIT, F-I-T, the premium feed-in tariff to Territorians, which meant that they would get the highest rate possible. If you had a solar and you had battery, you would get the highest rate possible between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m, where the sun shines the best. When they got to government, Madam Speaker, they backpedalled on that decision. Maybe they actually did some modelling and some calculations and went, ooh, actually this is a little bit too tough and difficult. Let's start to penny pinch. Who can we make responsible for any of those decreases? Territorians. Let's make them responsible. All right, we'll give you some time. Let's pick between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. So I know the wet season we get a little bit longer, and summertime we probably get a little bit longer light, but don't know if there's much sun shining at 9 p.m, Madam Speaker, across any parts of the Territory, even in those late summer times. A deliberate decision to break a very open and public commitment to Territorians. If the CLP came to government in August 2024, they would deliver a premium FIT feed-in tariff to Territorians between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. A broken election commitment by the CLP. And one shows that they're making these deliberate decisions, and they've been doing it since they first came to government in August 2024, and telling Territorians one story and then acting out in a different way. And Madam Speaker, the reason why we have brought this important General Business Day topic to the forefront is because Territorians deserve to know why the CLP government does not support them when it comes to cost of living crisis, why the CLP has made a deliberate decision to hit Territorians where it hurts most, in their hip pocket, and increase our power by 5.3%, our water by 5.3%, and our sewerage by 5.3%. So I look forward, Madam Speaker, to hearing the contributions from the CLP government so we can hear once and for all, we've got until 7 p.m. tonight, why they've made these decisions to hurt Territorians. Thank you.
Treasurer, member for Namatjira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this motion to the chamber today. But I can't support the Opposition's motion, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I move the motion be amended by omitting all the words after that the Legislative Assembly and inserting 1. Commends the Finocchiaro CLP government for delivering practical cost of living relief through subsidised power and water, household concessions, family vouchers and support for seniors, and reducing the everyday costs of education, training, sport and recreation. And 2, condemns the former Labor government for putting the Territory on a trajectory of $15 billion in debt, leaving future generations to pay the price, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to start my contribution today by being transparent with Territorians, because that's what they absolutely deserve, Madam Speaker, and that is what they got precious little of from the previous Labor government, the divided remnants of which are moving this motion today. We acknowledge a 5.3% adjustment to utility prices is real money out of household budgets. At a time when Territorians are doing it tougher, I know that. The government knows that. We certainly didn't make this call lightly, Madam Speaker. And I must reiterate the point, however, that the 5.3% increase is 0.01% higher than what CPI is forecast to be in the budget over the year. And I don't know what the Leader of the Opposition was doing in her contribution, whether she was trying to mislead this House or misleading the public, but she stated that CPI was 3.9%, when actually on page 6 of the Budget and Regional Outlook, right here, that was circulated to all members as part of the budget, it clearly states on page 6 that Consumer Price Index for 25-26 is 5.2%. So I'll tell you what, I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition was never the Treasurer. Imagine where we would be in now. Imagine the position that Territory would be in if the Leader of the Opposition can't even get the numbers correct of CPI where we would be. But Madam Speaker, governing means making decisions, hard decisions, and of course standing up to explain them, which is what I'm doing here today and which is what the CLP will do, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, this motion is just typical of the Labor Party. Just reverse the increase, they say. No mention of the costings, no thought given to reality. There's no alternative proposal and not a single word about where the money would actually come from. And here's the reality, Madam Speaker. The cost of generating electricity in the Territory has gone up between 15 and 20% just this year alone, driven by higher gas and diesel costs. 15 to 20%, Madam Speaker. They are big numbers. And those opposite should understand this. They were in government for 8 years. They knew about the impending gas supply issues, and their answer to that was just a moratorium on new gas supply. Their preferred ideology to upgrades of our energy system. So I'll repeat that. They preferred ideology to upgrades of our energy system. And Madam Speaker, this government is standing between Territorians and the true cost of generation through that community service obligation. This year, the CSO has increased by $58 million, Madam Speaker, and will total over $225 million. If we took that shield away tomorrow, power prices would jump around 75%, and that would be more than $2,000 per household. That is the size of the subsidy that every Territory household is receiving already right now today. And Madam Speaker, that is a massive cost of living measure undertaken by this government, and a fact conveniently ignored by the Territory Labor government. The choice in front of the government was never prices up or prices flat. The choice was, do we pass through a small part of the real cost increase and absorb the rest, Or do we hide the whole thing and borrow to cover it? And Madam Speaker, this is what fiscal responsibility looks like. And this is what responsible decisions are. And of course, we knew which option Labor would have taken. They don't care about how they pay for things, Madam Speaker. And that's the real truth of the matter. That's why we're in the financial position we are in today. We heard the newly minted Deputy Leader on the radio a few weeks ago. And the response was, why not just increase the CSO, he said. Asked how he'd paid for it. Guess what, Madam Speaker? Silence. Crickets. Because there is no answer. There never is with this mob on the other side of the chamber. Promise the money, dodge the bill by raising the debt, and let somebody else clean up the mess. And Madam Speaker, we're here cleaning up that mess right now. It must be nice to live in a world so divorced from reality. And thankfully, Madam Speaker, the CLP lives in the real world. We understand that every dollar that the government spends, including on the CSO, must be paid for by debt or taxes. Territorians pay for it one way or another. Deferring the cost, Madam Speaker, borrowing more, putting it on the credit card, that's the Labor way. We know that. And we are dealing with that legacy right now. You'd think they'd have learnt something by now, but apparently it seems they haven't. And Madam Speaker, the approach the opposition is sneering at today is the same approach that's turning this economy around. More Territorians in a job than at any point in our history, and we have the best jobs growth in the nation. Building approvals are higher than at any point under the previous Labor governments, and the Territory Labor participation rate is the highest in the nation. Household spending is up 10.1% in a year, nearly double the national figure, because Territorians are backing themselves again. None of that has happened by accident, Madam Speaker. It happened because business and families can finally see a government that is prioritising the basics, rebuilding the economy, restoring a lifestyle, and reducing crime. We are cleaning up Labor's mess. Now, members opposite will get up today and tell this House that prices rose less on their watch. And you know what? They're right. Electricity prices did rise less under Labor. But, Madam Speaker, here's why. They weren't paying for the power, they were borrowing for it on the never never. Any government can hold prices down with someone else's money, that's for sure. But that is not economic management, Madam Speaker. That's a payday loan with the Territory's name on it. For 8 years, Madam Speaker, Labor sat on the tariff, sat on the CSO, maxed out the credit card and did absolutely nothing about the one thing that they could actually drive power prices down, and that is the cost of generation. They took not one serious step on that front. They just kept signing the loan documents and smiling for the cameras, smile and wave, boys, borrowing $110,000 per hour every day of their term of government. And while they were at it, Madam Speaker, they sat on one of the largest onshore gas resources in the world, the Beetaloo. They delayed it, they dithered over it, they put a moratorium on it, reviewed it over and over and over, and then ran scared of their own left flank. The biggest single lever available to bring down the cost of generating electricity in this territory, Madam Speaker, and Labor left it in the ground. Every single time a Territorian flicks on a light switch today, they are paying for that price of delay. And here's the detail that tells you that Labor have learned nothing. In every budget in reply speech given by those opposite, not one of them, not one, could bring them to say the word Beetaloo. Madam Speaker, they couldn't even say gas either. I can spell it out for them, Madam Speaker, if they need help. I'm not too bad with my words. I've done my 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic at school. It's GAS, and they don't have to be afraid to say it. We on this side of the chamber, Madam Speaker, want Beetaloo gas flowing because cheaper gas means cheaper power in the long term for households and for industry. So let's be clear about what Labor's record on prices really was. It was an illusion. And the proof is in the numbers that they left behind. Net debt to revenue ballooned from 35% to 116% on their watch. A credit rating downgraded. Private sector confidence was smashed. If Labor's rate of debt growth were converted into car speeds, they would have been tearing down the Stuart Highway at 224 kilometres an hour, fast enough to lose your licence on the spot. And the Leader of the Opposition wasn't watching from the cheat seats either, Madam Speaker. She's actually sat around the Cabinet table from 2018. Health Minister, Attorney General, Education Minister, Housing Minister, a senior decision maker in the government through every one of those years. And it's clear she learnt nothing. Madam Speaker, I want to apply some context to this debate. Territory households will still pay below average prices for their utilities. Power at 34.3 cents per kilowatt hour is the fourth cheapest in our nation, with the average annual bill of $2,921 below the national average of $3,021. Water at $3.43 a kilolitre is the third cheapest in the nation, with an average bill of more than $200 below the national average. The total average household utilities bill, power, water and sewerage together, is below the national average and is the fourth cheapest of all the jurisdictions in this nation. And for perspective, Madam Speaker, on this year's adjustment, New South Wales households are copping water and sewerage increases of 8.9%. South Australians are staring down the barrel of 8.1% hike on water. Households in the national electricity market ride a roller coaster of volatile default market offers year to year. Madam Speaker, territory prices are regulated, they are steady and they are predictable. They are pegged this year to inflation, as with previous years. None of that makes a bill increase welcome, and I certainly know that and I understand it. And Madam Speaker, over the past 5 years, utility prices in the Territory have risen by a cumulative 19%. Every increase hurts, I get that, and this one is no different. But that 19% is the third lowest cumulative increase of any jurisdiction in the country, and at a time when households everywhere in Australia have been paying more. Territorians have been shielded Territorians have been better shielded than almost anyone, and this government intends to keep it that way. This motion also demands the government give Territorian costs of living relief, as if the budget doesn't contain over $290 million of exactly that, a record amount, Madam Speaker. If they bothered to actually read the budget, clearly they still haven't before writing motions about it, they'd probably know this, Madam Speaker. And here, if they like, I'll give them a signed copy. Here's the budget and regional overview. And if they had a real close look at page 10, I've marked the cost of living measures for them to have a look at. There's plenty there. It starts with a record $225 million in power and water concessions and subsidies that I've already described. The single biggest cost of living measure in the budget, and the one this motion pretends doesn't exist. And it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. This budget delivers a $19.7 million cut to fuel excise by 5.7 cents a litre. That's real money at the Bowser every week, money back in people's pockets. Free swimming lessons for students, free TAFE courses and vocational training for eligible Territorians. Early childhood education subsidies worth over $1,500 per child. $1,000 for apprentices to buy their workwear and tools of trade. And for our seniors, the Territorians who feel price pressures the hardest, there's the $550 Seniors Recognition Scheme card, plus up to $1,200 a year off electricity, $800 off water, and $486 off sewerage, $200 off council rates, and a concession on rego, garbage, and spectacles. Madam Speaker, the pension itself has risen $51.90 a fortnight for singles over the past year. And this year, the average annual power bill for a pensioner household in the Territory is just $751.88, about a quarter of the standard bill. Because this government stands behind them, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when you add it up, a family with a school-aged child and a little one can access up to $4,338 in support. An eligible senior Territorian, $5,326, and a couple building their first home up to $52,027, Madam Speaker. We're also helping households cut their own bills. We have doubled the solar feed-in tariff to 18.66 cents per kilowatt hour from regulated customers exporting power between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m, rewarding Territorians for putting power back into the grid exactly when it is needed. And on other government charges, light vehicle rego rises by no more than $8 this year because we froze the MAC levy after freezing rego completely last year. And with mandatory inspections abolished, the real cost of owning a car in the Territory has gone down. So here is the choice this motion puts before the House. This government has made hard, honest decisions, passed through a fraction of a genuine cost increase, absorbed the overwhelming bulk of it through a $225 million shield, deliver over $290 million in targeted cost of living relief, and go after the actual cause of high generation costs by getting Territory gas out of the ground. The opposition offers the same alternative the way that they always do. Hide the cost, borrow the money, hand the bill to whoever comes along next. There is never an attempt by them to fix the underlying problems. Excuse me. Madam Speaker, they ran the Territory's finances that way for 8 long years. And I tell you what, Madam Speaker, there are 8 years that Territorians will not forget. This government will keep doing the responsible thing, safeguarding households from the worst of cost shocks, delivering real and targeted relief, repairing the budget Labor wrecked, and getting Territory gas flowing so power gets cheaper for good. Madam Speaker, I oppose their motion and I commend the government's responsible approach and the amended motion to the chamber. Thank you.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak against this amendment proposed by the CLP government and in support of the original motion calling on the Whanokiraro CLP government to reverse its 5.3% hike to power, water and sewerage charges and give Territorians cost of living relief. Cost of living is a primary concern for all Territorians. At street stalls, at the markets and at weekend kids sport, I hear time and again the challenges people have in making ends meet. Despite this, when calls are made and requests are conveyed, the answer from the CLP government is to close their ears and ignore it. And we see this again with the latest increase to essential services like power and water. There's just another kick in the teeth to so many Territorians doing it tough. This 5.3% increase results in an extra cost to the average household of over $300 per year. At a time when the prices of everything is going up much faster than wages, everyday Territorians are facing a future where their living standards are going backwards. Madam Speaker, budgets are about values and they're about choices. This is an active representation of what and who is important and who isn't. When it comes to Territorians and their electricity and water bills, this CLP government has actively chosen not to support them or care about their concerns. The Treasurer may say these costs must be passed on, but that is simply untrue. There are hundreds of line items in every budget that can be adjusted, reprioritised or promoted. We know this because the CLP government decided to spend $23 million to not build the future National Centre of Aboriginal Art in Alice Springs. That $23 million could have provided a big help in reducing the increased cost of power and water services to all Territorians. Rather than finding savings or efficiencies or invest in cheaper forms of energy, the Treasurer has decided to simply pass on this increase to everyone. When it could have made harder choices about how much increased costs could be absorbed, it actively chose to pass on the pain to all Territorians. The impact of these rises will be felt right across the length and breadth of the Territory. No household or business will be able to avoid paying more for their power and water under this government. I know in my electorate of Nightcliff, many people have contacted my office and spoken to me about the impact these price rises will have on them. Just the other day, George, an aged pensioner, came to see me about his power bill. It had increased significantly since the previous month and he couldn't understand why. And then he took the opportunity to pay the bill and received a very quick follow-up from the retailer, checking in to find out why he hadn't paid and threatening to cut off his power. It is unacceptable that we should have aged pensioners in our community being stressed out about ongoing price hikes and being threatened with losing access to power in their homes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this issue has also been raised by many small businesses in my community. Margins are already very tight, from making coffees and sandwiches to supplying trades and services. Another 5.3% on their power and water bills makes that much more tougher to keep the doors open and support our community. Retailers are faced with an unenviable choice of raising prices or reducing hours or putting off workers. There is only so much that businesses can do to absorb these costs before it starts to impact on their livelihoods and their workers. These changes also have a major impact on our community clubs and not-for-profit sector. These price increases are going to be passed on to every community room booking, every lighting cost at sporting ovals, and renting out communal workspaces. There is only so much that can be delivered off the smell of an oily rag, and another 5.3% increase makes that just a bit harder to support our local sporting clubs, charities, and service providers. Another part of our community that's taking a hit with the increased cost of power and water is our schools. I have 5 schools in my electorate, and they all work incredibly hard to employ great teachers, build a positive learning environment, and prepare our kids for a bright future. But with the CLP moving government schools onto commercial, cost-reflective utility pricing, this is not going to help the principals, staff, and parent community educate and support our next generation. This change to cost-reflective pricing is going to add millions of dollars to school operating budgets across the NT. While the Minister for Education says the increased costs will be covered by the department, we still have no idea how this will be managed. Does it simply mean the costs will be managed through reducing staff in the department? Does this mean offloading of admin work to our schools and our hard-working principals? Does it mean less support from the department for HR, finance and IT for our schools? Every dollar taken out of a school budget or the education department to pay a power bill is a dollar not spent in the classroom. No matter which way you square it up, hiking costs on schools will be picked up somewhere and it'll be kids' education that will suffer. Mr. Deputy Speaker, applying cost-reflective pricing to our local councils has been a complete schmozzle. In June last year, the CLP government put out a quiet media release about changes to electricity pricing for local government. For some councils, this could have led to a power increase of over 120%. But it didn't do the work to explain to councils and formally advise them of the changes or invite any opportunity for feedback. The sector found out about it by reading it in the media. They are expected to absorb these costs without any context or opportunity for consultation. Again, it is a trademark of this CLP government is to announce changes without engaging with people or organisations affected. It was only with pushback from the local government sector and the Territory Labor opposition that the CLP came to the table to listen and negotiate. This was after the sector called out the lack of consultation and the difficulty of absorbing this major price hike and the impact on residents and ratepayers. The Lord Mayor of the City of Darwin commented in April that the price increases could, and I quote, could have a huge impact on the services we provide to the community. You look at the costs of electricity in relation to running our libraries, running our pools, the lighting of ovals at night for sporting events, things like this. All of these services have to be reduced. The times that the lights are on may have to be reduced so that we meet our budget. We are unable to go into deficit, so we'll have to cut services to meet our budget, end quote. Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is the key message that came back from councils time and again, that they will have to cut services to meet budgets. For City of Darwin, it was estimated that the increased power costs alone could be up to $500,000 and would need to be covered by a 0.5% rate increase. Again, yet another cost of living impact to our hard-working Territorians after they pay the higher prices for their own household bills. But the saga continued as side deals and carve-outs were made by the Treasurer without any transparency for the sector or the community. The Treasurer had to be dragged to changing his position again to a 30% increase above previous commercial rates. This change was finally welcomed by the Local Government Association of the NT as a significant improvement on the original proposal, but the hike is still a substantial increase. As quoted in the NT News, and I quote, a 30% increase is well above inflation and represents a significant unbudgeted cost for local government. Every extra dollar spent on electricity is a dollar that can't be invested in local roads, community facilities, and the services Territorians rely on. The reality is this price increase is a massive impost on local government and will result in a reduction of services. At the end of the day, it is every Territorian that will foot the bill for this massive price hike on local government. While the CLP are hard at work raising our power and water prices, they are asleep at the wheel when it comes to bringing online the cheapest form of energy in the NT, solar. They scrapped the Territory's renewable energy target. They abandoned their commitment to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030. While businesses are repeatedly calling for consistency and stability in government policy settings, this CLP government scraps and changes policy on a whim. These changes in policy only serve to hurt Territorians that will end up carrying the cost. By tearing up long-term targets without replacing them with a credible plan is an economic failure. Renewable energy backed by storage is the cheapest form of energy available and is central to energy security by reducing our exposure to volatile gas and diesel prices. With the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, having security over our energy supplies is more important than ever. By chopping and changing policy, it simply creates more uncertainty and makes the transition more expensive, that results in higher power costs for our community. In addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, during the campaign, I talked a lot about community batteries for our energy network as part of the transition and reducing costs for all Territorians. Unfortunately, we heard at estimates that the 16 proposed community batteries for the NT have been put on hold. That federal government funding from ARENA is sitting there waiting to be used. But in good news, the CEO and the chair of the board for Power and Water Corporation mentioned that there's going to be a pilot program for 3 community batteries in the Darwin region, Greater Darwin region. And I look forward to hearing about the location of these and how community batteries are going to bring down prices for all Territorians. And I have written to the CEO of Power and Water Corporation and suggest that they come out and talk to people in Nightcliff about this project, and I hope to hear from them soon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it doesn't seem to matter whether it's housing or infrastructure or city planning. It is also unclear what the long-term plan is for our publicly owned utility. These changes to apply commercial rates to schools and councils and power increasingly higher and increase prices higher than wages to households are treating our public assets as a profit-making outcome, not a community outcome. Furthermore, at estimates, we discovered the chair of all 3 government-owned utilities were completing their term of office. This should raise concerns for all Territorians. It is looking less like a government managing public utilities for Territorians and more like a government trying to improve the balance sheet for a future sale. The Chief Minister should come out and guarantee that there will be no sale, lease or privatisation of Power and Water, Jacana Energy or Territory Generation. These are essential public services and they belong to Territorians. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what should the government do? The Treasurer should immediately stop the excessive power and water price increases for our schools, our councils and our households. The government needs to prepare a long-term plan for future power generation and accelerate the renewable energy projects planned and started under the previous Labor government. This includes the renewable energy zone that's planned out in Waddell. Future savings from our renewable energy future and any cheaper gas supplies must be passed on to all customers and consumers. And finally, it needs to guarantee that our publicly owned utilities will remain in public hands for the benefit of all Territorians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Territorians are doing it tough. The choices made by this CLP government only make it tougher. Power and water and sewerage services are essential. They're not optional extras. They service the basic needs for everyone. It's our air conditioning, it's our fans, it's our fridges, it's our lights, it's everything that's essential for daily life. The choice to raise power prices higher than inflation will impact our schools, our councils, and every single household in the NT. This government is out of touch with everyday Territorians and not listening to the people who are struggling. These price hikes must be reversed and the hard work to plan and deliver our energy future must be prioritised. Thank you.
Member Fong Lim. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Great. Another episode of magical money tree economics by the financially illiterate excuse for the opposition. This is hilarious. I don't know how many times we're going to have these ridiculous discussions. I mean, honestly, call for help from the mothership. Like, call for help from the mothership. Between the lot of you, nothing sensible gets strung together to interrogate what we're doing with the economy. And I honestly can't believe that this is your best bet for how to spend your precious time on General Business Day. It's a fantastic coordinated campaign. I love the core flutes out in Palmerston. 5.3% scare campaign, here it's coming. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Perhaps the member for Nightcliff can call upon some of his luminaries like Mark Dreyfus and we can bring some of the big guns in. Or maybe the member for Gwaja, who's currently busy doing the McKinnon Advanced Political Leadership Program in preparation for taking over this whole operation, no doubt, can find some economic assistance from his newfound colleagues. I mean, this is really, really ridiculous. And the Leader of the Opposition has really got to stop winging it. Like, we've got one extreme to the other here. We've got Mr. Ed, who cannot deviate from his speech, however relevant it is to the order of the amendment. And then you've got, the member for Nightcliff. And then on the other side of the equation, you have the Leader of the Opposition, who just needs a speechwriter at this point. Like, we are just stringing together loose threads of anything that might happen to be adjunct to the word economy. It really is, it's astounding that we're doing this. Now, I spoke at length in May, 4 times over, for almost an hour and a half, I think it was, and I promised at budget time that I would not, after this, forensically deconstruct your economic mismanagement for the 10,000th time. But the sad reality of it is, and I apologise to my colleagues who have heard it and internalised it and understood it and processed it and are acting on it, but it turns out the opposition, what's left of them, whoever's here to hear the message, still hasn't really understood why it is power prices have gone up, why it is the economy is cactus. It's because you tanked it over a decade. That's what happened. Like, we went through 8 budgets, 8 Labor budgets, and we explained last time exactly where things went wrong. And I admitted that I didn't think that it was the most dynamic budget that the Treasurer could have passed, but it was a responsible one, a fiscally responsible one. And now you know what he's doing again? He's making the fiscally responsible choice to have to raise utility prices at a time when you also need to make money to keep pace with costs, right? And this is where we're kind of going wrong. Member for Nightcliff, respectfully, hard choices? Yes, you're saying that we're not making the hard choices? We're making some extremely hard choices at a time when I pointed out budget after budget after budget of just kicking the can down the road. Budget after budget after budget of just kicking the can down the road, paying for your wages bill on credit, doing nothing on structural reform of the economy, doing nothing to actually stimulate growth. Your entire plan was an episode of Utopia. That's it. Your entire plan, and it was hilarious. I mean, people are still laughing about it, but the joke's gonna, it's wearing thin. The reality of it is that we have pressures on public health, on public housing, public education, and public infrastructure, and they are the consequence of Labor's deleterious economic mismanagement of the economy. That is why we have these price hikes. And the Treasurer said, it's not fun to put prices up, nobody wants to have to do it. But again, a modicum, just a modicum of reality and perspective about this. We don't have the worst power prices in the country or water prices, and we are within the median band of what is being charged across the country. And the hyperbole to make it seem like we are absolutely gutting the everyday person on cost of living now. It's so ridiculous. You're going to have to do better than that. You cannot peddle nonsense economics with me, Member for Nightcliff. I'm sorry, I'm going to catch you out. If you want to play that game, it's not going to work well for us. But I mean, your pitch then was that had we not pulled the plug on the sinking ship of the Alice Springs Art Gallery, that might have somehow prevented any of this. I mean, that is a seriously long bow. Mate, I'm a fan of the arts. I think everyone knows it, right? I would have loved to see that gallery get up and running. And I would have loved to have seen Labor not wreck the prospects for that project over a very, very, very long period of time. But the fact is, that was not going to make us money in the short term. That was going to make us money in the long term if it had not been ground into the ground in the manner that it had been. So, I said last time when I spoke for 70 minutes, the sum total of new ideas coming from that side was water pricing, which again, me coming from a hydrology background, you're an engineer again, my friend, you would appreciate that water is a precious resource, and there is an argument and a case to be made for the pricing of water. That's the only seriously new argument I've heard on anything to do with economics on that side. I'm telling you, call the mothership. Do it. Get some reinforcements. I mean, it's crazy. Look, advocacy for council is great, and I think it's important that there is a linkage between levels of government, and I think it's important that we have expertise in this room in former councillors, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think it's important that we are able to build that bridge. But the fact is, councils are not paying above the odds, and these price shocks are not coming completely out of the blue. They're happening because we've been deferring all of these costs for such a long period of time. And I'm not going to go through the entirety of my hour and a half worth of speeches on the 6th of May, but please go and read some of it, like just some of it. Get the headlines. My colleagues are across it. My colleagues are across it because my colleagues hear it from me, and my colleagues are seeing an action from the Treasurer, who is making prudent choices to do what is required to try and provide cost of living relief in small and targeted but meaningful ways at the same time as delivering fiscal discipline. That is what is happening over here. Definitions, you're probably right. I mean, I can't redo the entire speech over and over again, Member Fanny Bay, I take the interjection. But, you know, look, Mr. Ed, you're a likeable fellow, and that was a glorious litany of clean-cut wisdom. But the bottom line is, it is not going to cut it when making tough economic choices. And that's what the Treasurer is doing right now, and I'm supporting him to do that. And our side is keen on making the tough choices. I mean, as I said, I promised to not go through a chapter and verse, but you just haven't processed the message of why our economy is in the state it is in, or seemingly even taken the time to read the budget papers properly. There is a wanton disregard for the actual content that is produced at budget time, and we cherry pick selectively. So, you know, the Treasurer pointed out in Budget Regional Overview on page 10 and 11, a whole lot of cost of living relief measures. I'm not going to waste my precious time rereading all of that. But it is a bit rich when the Leader of the Opposition points out, there's an incorrect statistic on your website. Go and read the other 4,000 pages of correct statistics that are in hard copy paper. And that is what we're pivoting our discussion off today. The thing is, you may not have got the message, but Territorians have got the message. I know. Thank you, Member for Drysdale. I know because I have conversations with Territorians about the economy every single day. I talk to Territorians, frankly, about two things almost on a daily basis in my job. The first one, serendipitously, is about VAT, and I'm delighted to be part of the government that is finally sorting that mess out as well when Labor failed to do anything about it for decades, right? So that's the first one. And then the second one is the economy. Because day in, day out, whether it's business owners, whether it's everyday consumers, whether it's schools and public institutions, people have concerns about the economy. But people understand at their core that you wrecked the economy and we are trying to fix it. And the manner in which we're trying to fix it may not be of everyone's liking or choosing. I freely declare that I would make some different choices than the Treasurer makes. But we are, across the totality of this argument, actually being fiscally disciplined, actually being fiscally responsible, actually making choices to try and create more opportunity for everyday Territorians. And how are we doing that? By generating more. We are trying to attract more labour, more capital, more ideas. Because you can only keep recycling the same amount of stuff over and over again so many times and hoping to be able to produce anything more from it, right? We need new inputs into the system. And first you've got to stabilise the ship. And how do you do that? By stopping the wanton spending on a credit card in perpetuity. And that was your solution. That was, Mr. Ed, Member for Nightcliffe, I apologise. Member for Nightcliffe,
please.
Member for Nightcliffe, I appreciate, Deputy Leader of the Opposition rather, I appreciate that you are not responsible for the poor choices that were made by some of your predecessors. Now show some leadership and take ownership of those poor choices and move forward constructively. I will give you this, I agree. We have an abundance of gas and we have an abundance of sun. And I think we should make best possible use of both of those things. And I've been saying that from long before I was a political candidate. Could we do more to harness the power of the sun in a more meaningful way? Potentially we could. Come here and talk to us about that on General Business Day rather than this nonsense. This is pure nonsense. I love that the Leader of the Opposition thought fit to unpack the deliberate choices that we made. That's right, they're deliberate choices. They're deliberate choices to have to raise power prices in a small way to try and mitigate rising costs, inflation and volatility in energy markets and supply of things like diesel at the moment for reasons that we all understand. So there is nothing wrong with doing that. But again, let me unpack for you how you egregiously mismanaged our economy for almost a decade with delusions, right? I went through it chapter and verse previously, but the bottom line is that you have to have strategies for not just how to spend money. Budgeting is about more than just spending money. Budgeting is also about how to save money institutionally, how to stop the wastage of money institutionally, and how to make money institutionally. And we are powering ahead on all of those things, right? Little by little, we are making progress on all of those things. And how do we know we're making progress on them? Well, because the economic metrics are starting to prove that we are performing better in all of those regards. Now, I'm not going to go through all of those metrics quite yet because I think it's worth actually just getting a reality check, just for a second, on the actual motion at play here. Because we are essentially being asked, the original motion, which is somehow still being supported by the opposition, is that we should just reverse our price hikes. We should just reverse the price hikes because they don't like them, because it's tough. Well, it's tough across the country. It's tough everywhere. And what we're doing is trying to make sure that we are tough but fair in that regard. And what does tough but fair look like? Well, tough but fair looks like a power increase, right, which puts us to the 4th cheapest nationally still. A water increase, which puts us to being the 3rd cheapest nationally still. 34.36 kilowatts per hour on power and $3.43 per kilolitre on water. And the NT still has the 3rd lowest overall utility bill increase over the past 5 years. So it's not like we suddenly just slam the place. We have done what we can do to keep pace with cost pressures. And the Treasurer is right. Power and utility prices have increased 0.1% above what we estimated 2025, 26 CPI to be in the budget. Go and look. It's 5.2 to 5.3. And that really is because the cost of generation for electricity has increased between 15 and 20% due to increased gas and diesel costs. And we're doing what we can to shield Territorians from those increases. Again, on the community service obligation, we have increased that by $58 million to a total of $225 million now. And if we took that away, power prices would go, crazy. But remember, the community service obligation isn't magical money either. It has to be paid for. And so it's easy but lazy for the Deputy Opposition Leader to get on the radio and say, we should just increase that and that'll Bob's your uncle. Well, that's still got to get paid for from somewhere. It's a lazy argument, and frankly speaking, we shouldn't be having it. We want Beetaloo gas to come online and supply the Territory with cheaper gas over a period of time because it will mean lower prices for Territorians over the long haul. But it will take time, and in the short run, other things will have to be done to structurally reform the economy. Yes, gas will come online, but we still need to do the hard work of saving better, of spending more wisely, of stopping wastage, right? These are the things that have to be done by a responsible government to be fiscally responsible. And it is true, Labor doesn't even want to say the word Beetaloo anymore. We've reached a point where they literally won't even talk about Beetaloo anymore. It's not mentioned in any of the budget reply speeches. The fact is, Labor did nothing during their term to lower the cost of generation. They just keep putting power bills on the credit card, and now we have to pay it all off. And the debt legacy means that we have limited flexibility. And again, cherry-picking on the solar feed-in tariff. Well, we did double the feed-in tariff to 18.66 cents per kilowatt hour for regulated customers who export electricity between 3 and 9, right? We're trying to find compromise positions to move the argument forward sensibly. Again, the Treasurer spoke at length about all of the small but meaningful things we're doing in trying to improve the cost for vehicle ownership in the Territory. We've done things on registration, on trailers, and all of those do have a material impact on cost of living. The 2026-2027 budget delivered over $290 million in concessions and subsidies, and that was the very, very first thing I pointed out when I spoke at budget time, and it was brought up over and over again. It's really not, it shouldn't be necessary to have to itemise all of those line items again, but there's $225 million in power and water concessions and subsidies. There's still the free swimming lessons. There's the free TAFE courses. There's the early childhood subsidies. There's sports vouchers. There's $1,000 for apprentices to purchase workwear. I could go on and on. The point is, it's just not reasonable to say that we're providing no cost of living relief or that we are negligent in raising power prices. There is a range of measures for seniors, which, again, I could go through at length, but I imagine my colleague, the member for Sanderson, will speak to in his capacity as the Minister for the relevant portfolio. And look, it's unfortunate that the opposition were so irresponsible in their last term of government with their finances, and we would love to be in a more financially flexible position, but we have to operate within the bounds of the situation that we have inherited. And our predecessors left us somewhat constrained in what we can do. And the worst thing we could do right now would be to not actually keep pace with CPI at a minimum, because what we really need is still to make progress economically by making prudent choices fiscally. It's frustrating, as I said, that in the budget time, I thought we had put this behind us. I think I said, quote unquote, at the time, prima facie, the reality of it is that we are providing cost of living relief measures as there is 290 million or something in there. I mean, it's all there. It's all there to read about if you care to take a look. And the trouble is that we basically don't really treat economic arguments seriously here. We cherry-pick data and then throw tantrums. And there is still a massive gap between budgetary rhetoric and reality. And I pointed out forensically those gaps in my last speech in relation to the structural deficit paradox, in relation to net debt per capita, in relation to over-reliance on GST windfalls, in respect of failing to achieve meaningful and substantial population growth, in relation to infrastructure mismanagement and massive cost blowouts and tying us to projects that we simply can't get out of, in relation to stagnant private investment despite all the utopia-esque announcements, in relation to projects being revoted without being thought through, in relation to cost of living and the utility price squeeze. Darwin is an expensive place to live, work and do business, and the only way you can change that over the longer run is by bringing in more inputs into the system, more capital as well as more labour. Now, housing supply and homelessness, again, we spoke last time about the fact that it is necessary for us to generate supply in the market for housing because the periods of economic growth in the Northern Territory that are the strongest correlate with when net interstate migration is also positive, and those periods correlate with when we build surplus to requirements housing. They correlate with periods like post-Cyclone Tracy, when we build Palmerston and Karama, and when we build Cullen Bay, and we create headroom and supply in the market. We're trying to start that process off. And you have to start somewhere with it. And we've started by basically providing stimulus to first homeowners to try and build houses in new build areas. And you know where more of those houses are built than anywhere else in all of the Territory? In North Crest, in Phong Lim. So I know what I'm talking about on this. And the reality of it is that we have to create supply. Public service bracket creep was another one of the points I mentioned last time. I mean, the bottom line was that the Territory Labor period of governance economically over the last decade was basically defined by a transition of aspirational planning through to crisis management. And we weren't the only ones that pointed it out. Their own 2018 Lagalant report made it super clear in their scathing reality check that there was a wages bill that was blowing out, population that was stagnant, and a whole lot of wasted money on a whole lot of wasted ventures, which were nothing more than marketing and smoke and mirrors.
Member for Sanderson.
Just to extend the time for member for Phong Lim.
Is extension granted? Extension granted.
Thank you very much to my learned colleague, the member for Sanderson. I think it's probably prudent for us to reflect on the positives as well here, right? We can do all of this, very difficult stuff where we have to point out that basically the opposition can't count. But we also need to move forward. We need to move forward and we need to understand that there are actually some very positive signs economically at the moment. And those signs are not total vindication of the economic strategy of the government, but they at least provide some indication for signs of hope. There are some things that are actually moving in the right direction. So let's have a little think about some of those, because I would like to see us continue to improve on those. And again, I make clear there are lots of choices that I would make economically, that I have robust discussions with the Treasurer about. I would like us to do some things differently. But the strategy that we are following, and I'm a member of this team backing in as well, are providing positive dividends. So first of all, on employment and participation, right? At the moment, there are a record number of people employed in the Northern Territory. We have more Territorians in a job than ever before, and that is a positive thing. Employment in the Territory has increased from some 3.3% in trend terms and 3.7% in seasonally adjustment terms, and it doesn't matter which way you want to cut it, more people are in jobs at the moment. So that's a good thing. That's a positive thing, and we also do have the prospect of things on the horizon that will create more opportunity and more jobs, right? So we all talk about the Arafura and the core lithiums and the Beetaloo coming online, and they will provide a pathway for employment growth across the Territory. And the participation rate is up as well, which is a positive thing for people who otherwise would choose not to engage in the economy. The participation rate is up about 1.2% to the year ending in May 2026, and that is above the national average and a positive sign as well. So on employment and in participation, we are starting to actually see a little bit of positive movement. Household spending is up, and that's a positive one as well. And if you break down household spending, you can see that it's not just 10.1% in the year ending from May 2026 in seasonally adjustment terms. You can see that the growth categories are in miscellaneous goods and services and in recreation and culture. Essentially, these are proxies for restoring the Territory lifestyle. People are spending money in the Territory at the moment. Consumer spending is up. And so that's a positive sign still. That is a very positive sign. And it's above the national average again. And household spending patterns indicate that Territorians do have more confidence in the local economy at the moment, and certainly in spending locally. I get cautious when talking about trade surplus figures, because the fact of the matter is that you can demonstrate huge growth in trade surpluses that doesn't necessarily materially impact the everyday Territorian. But they are still a sign of overall aggregate activity and growth in the economy. And in that regard, our trade surplus has increased by 3.3% to $8.5 billion over the 12 months to May 2026, from 8.2 in the 12 months to April 2026. Now, that's an increase in the value of goods that we are exporting and a decline in the value of goods that we are importing. These things are not necessarily good or bad in isolation, but what they're showing is signs of growth and movement in the economy at the moment. And as I say, like you've got to be able to spin multiple plates. So these things are happening, and at the same time, you've got to bring some adjustments into the system, like, for example, reflecting the rising costs of power at the moment. That's what these power and water charges are really about. On job vacancies, again, job vacancies can mean different things to different people, but at the moment, we have essentially growing job vacancies, even though we have rising population and even though we have record high levels of employment. And what does that mean? That means that there is sustained demand for workers, which again means solid economic activity. Now, I maintain, putting my economist hat on, that we need a massive injection in labour supply, actually, to be able to grow sustainably going forward. This is not new to anyone in this House. I've literally been banging on about it the whole time I've been here. But if you take the metrics in isolation, if you see what we have in the system at the moment, what you see is essentially jobs being filled, people participating in the economy, still demand for workers, and high rates of vacancies. So that's something you can work with to create more economic growth. That's something you can do to offset having to demand more from people in wages, subsidies, taxes, so on and so forth. Population is the single best, salve to all of that. And our population is starting to stabilise. The fact is, I've gone through this forensically so many times that I just can't do it over and over again. There's still wide misunderstanding about what's happening population-wise, but the fact of the matter is, by the last quarter of data in the period where Labor were in charge, we were down to like 0.7 year-on-year percentage terms population growth. Our population was starting to demographically hemorrhage, and it has started to stabilise. In every quarter of data since we have come into office, there has been a turnaround on that. And now we're up to 1.6 or 1.7, I forget off the top of my head, percent population year-on-year growth. And that's a positive thing. And some of that is international students, no doubt about it. Some of that is short-term movements. But some of that is also Territorians choosing not to leave. Certainly not at the rate that they were leaving at before. I mean, I love it when people just discover these numbers for the first time and they go, hang on, net interstate migration, people are leaving the Territory. And I'm like, yes, they've always been leaving. That is our resting state. They've only not been leaving in 3 periods in our history, frankly, right? So what we need to do is grow our population by getting the right overseas people here who we can invest in to keep for the long haul, to build for the future. And what we need to do is maintain stable, natural increase, which we've also been reasonably good at. But ultimately, we also need to mitigate net interstate migration that is negative. And the numbers would suggest that is exactly what we are doing. Is it enough to suddenly turn around the entire economy? Massive boom? No, it's not. But it is stabilising the ship that Labor was tanking over a decade. That's the reality. Demographically, that is what's happening. Local prices are also pretty stable. So when we're talking about cost of living, have a look at what's happening on CPI. And if you look, you'll see that whilst Darwin CPI increased by 3.9%, that's the second lowest result of the capital cities, and national CPI has increased by 4%. So, I mean, we have the average basket of goods here still being relatively affordable and not changing wildly and in a crazy volatile manner, right? So local prices are reasonably stable. Engineering construction is still continuing to increase, currently by 18% to 347 million in the year ended March quarter. Now, that's a positive sign as well. There is still signs of people trying to build stuff. For the most part, it's people already invested in the territory who are doubling down and reinvesting in the territory and building more, right? And we need to attract new private investment from outside, and our relevant ministers are doing all the hard work to do as much as they can with that. It was a pleasure to see everybody at the Investment Summit the other day. I know the Minister for Trade, Business and Asian Relations works tirelessly to try and find new sources, new lines of credit and investors for us, and we will have to determine which of those are the right mix for the Northern Territory economy. But engineering construction is up as well, as are building approvals. Residential building approvals are still up 55% in trend terms across the year, which is the second best result across the country. And the fact is, residential approvals have increased by 14.5% across May to 95. This was the best result in the country and higher than at any point under the former Labor government. So we are actually stimulating some signs of growth. And finally, affordability, because this motion notionally is about cost of living. And the fact of the matter is, affordability here is still relatively good on many metrics. And one of them is on the purchase of a home, right? The Territory is ranked second most affordable to purchase a home, under the jurisdictions, under the Real Estate Institute of Australia's Loan Affordability Index. So, we are still creating supply. I would like us to generate much more supply, much more aggressively. I'd love it to be in Fong Lim. But we are generating some supply. And that supply is creating headroom in the market, and it is creating some signs of economic activity, building approvals, it is resulting in engineering construction, and it is stopping the total hemorrhage of, for example, tradies and contractors who might otherwise be going elsewhere to more stable markets where there is more guaranteed work at the moment. So look, in summary, I think, as I said, it doesn't really, I don't really enjoy talking about these things in perpetuity, and I really hope the opposition will start to bring more sensible things for us to discuss on General Business Day, because simply coming in here and throwing a tantrum and saying, undo your price rises to power and water, is just not constructive. It's just silly, actually. It's just silly. And we are doing the hard work of trying to be fiscally responsible, and we are making the hard choices to be able to move the Territory economy forward slowly. Rebuilding an economy takes time. We are putting together the fundamental building blocks. And the reason we have to do it is because, sadly, it is true. You cannot trust Labor on the economy. You simply cannot trust Labor on the economy. And I hope that there'll come a time when I can say, no, you can trust them, they just have a different set of ideas. But right now, you cannot trust Labor on the economy. And for that reason, I'm happy to support the amended motion moved by my learned colleague, the Treasurer. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Fong Lim. Member Farrell-Fura.
Thank you. So I will continue on my contribution with the 5.3% price hike and refuse the amendment that the government has put forward. Every time I come in here and someone speaks, I always relate it back to my remote communities and conditions, because whatever happens in Darwin has a big effect on our remote communities. It bumps up prices everywhere. So the government has made a deliberate choice. From July 1st, Territorians are now paying the 5.3% for more power, water and sewage. That increase is above wage growth, and is also a rate in which household income are growing, above the rate of which household incomes are growing. Utility hikes often have a greater impact on people living in the remote and regional areas. Remote and regional areas already face the higher living costs due to transportation expenses, limited competition amongst supplies, and the high cost for delivering goods and services. The power system there, how power works in remote community normally comes through a power station in the community that's run by diesel generators. And that cost then flows on to how much people can use, obviously. People in remote communities don't have the adaptability in regards to housing, so therefore they pay more for fan usage, air condition for cooling. In the regional areas, obviously the larger properties will consume more energy, and they'll have a greater reliance on electric pump. As a result, utility prices will generally be significantly higher in remote and regional areas. So when I listen to the Treasurer and the member for Fong Lim, there's no mention of remote areas, and that there's a reason for that, because when you talk about CPI, remote areas aren't included. Or job growth, which remote community has job growth? None. Like, name one. And I will mention the gas and the Beetaloo. Hopefully that, it moves on to a KPI of recruiting Indigenous employment there. That'll be a positive. Let's get Aboriginal people down there to work, get them qualified. That'll help the Indigenous community, especially around that area. One of the biggest things where prices are bumped is through the freight service. Now, we get everything. I've got four islands in my electorate, and not everything can be transported by truck because of the roads. And then you got freight services that uses the barge, and then you've got the truck service that goes to Maningrid and Onpelly. The freight service, the prices on the freight service rely heavily on prices from Darwin for material, for steel, and even for the price of the fuel to get materials across to remote communities. Now that in turn, that goes straight into the problem of the prices in regards to the fuel. Like, here's some numbers. Menangrida and unleaded, and I'm going to say Ramanginning and Millingimbi on behalf of Menangrida is unleaded $3.28 at diesel. Goulburn Island $3, diesel $3.67. Ramanginning, that's the one member for Mulka. I went there and fueled up a few times, $3.64. Minyalang is the highest, $4.32 for diesel. Okay? Now these are people that, there's limited jobs in these communities, and they don't have any other competition. So this comes straight from the barge into the fuel. There's only one fuel pump normally in the communities. And that's the biggest crime. Subsidize those freight services. Talk to the barge services. Help our fellow Territorians. Remote people are Territorians too. A normal basic basket of food in town with just milk, cheese, beef, mince, and apples is like $44. Guess how much in remote communities? $99. Guess what the federal Labor are doing?
Can we just direct comments through the chair, please? Both sides.
When you talk about territory, include everybody, At the moment, the territory is Darwin, Catherine, Tennant Creek, and Alice Springs. Even Gove is missing out. Arjet. Well, the federal government has a national strategy for food security, and they've put a whole bunch of food in that basket, that you can select. Come on, government, champion that, help out. RJET, Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, has 6,000 jobs, real jobs within communities. Like I said, job growth is, it came in the paper and I was all excited, but which communities were job growth in remote areas? We're not included, we're swept under the rug, Government have pulled so much services out of our communities that we're absolutely struggling. There's no representative in Gunbalanya. CPI, I looked that up. What communities does that include? It only includes Darwin and the major hubs, Let's tell the truth, let's talk the whole picture, People are struggling out there. I always hear that fiscal discipline. That quote? The treasurer said it, the member for Phong Lim said it. Most of everyone that's spoken here has said it. But here's my quote. Is delivering fiscal discipline means neglecting our remote communities? That's the real question. What's happening with our remote communities? Are we back in our remote communities? So let me just get my notes here. So for the councils as well, we saw, the councils run the power stations, and the price hike goes onto the people. They run the services in the community. And the member for Barclay was on the council in Barclay, so he'd know, that it reflects the costings of how the power goes. All these meter boxes in communities, there's no one. The only batteries that I've seen out there is out in remote outstations. But still, at Tiwi Island, we have a diesel power station, and the cost from getting diesel onto the island is it increases, and it goes onto the consumer. And one easy way, one practical way that the government can help out there is to subsidise our freight service, especially with the barge. And that'll go on to the consumer because, not everyone has jobs out there. So I'll leave my contribution there, but please think about the remote communities when we're talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Farafura. Member for Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak to the amended motion before the House. It is worth noting that when this matter was first brought forward, the opposition's motion simply called on the government to reverse the 5.3% increase in power, water and sewerage charges. That original motion ignored the broader context. It ignored the real cost of generating electricity. It ignored the hundreds of millions of dollars this government already invests to shield territory households from those costs. And it ignored the difficult decisions every responsible government must make. The amendment before the House better reflects that reality. It recognizes that Territorians are facing genuine cost of living pressures. It recognizes that this government is delivering practical cost of living relief across the territory. And it recognizes the importance of managing the territory's finances responsibly after inheriting a trajectory towards around $15 billion of debt. Mr. Deputy Speaker, those are important additions because every member of this House understands the pressures facing territory families. Families are budgeting more carefully. Seniors are watching every dollar. Small businesses are managing higher operating costs. Nobody on this side dismisses those pressures. In fact, our budget has been built around recognizing those pressures and responding responsibly. But there remains a significant difference between acknowledging the challenge and pretending there is a simple solution. That was the flaw in the original motion, and it is why the broader context recognized in the amendment matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us deal with the facts. The cost of generating electricity in the Northern Territory has increased dramatically. The cost of gas has increased. The cost of diesel has increased. Generation costs have risen by between 15 and 20%. These are not costs created by the Northern Territory government. They are real costs faced by every isolated electricity network across the Northern Territory. The question before government was never whether these costs existed. The question was who should bear them. Would every territory household receive the full increase, or would government absorb most of that cost on behalf of Territorians? Our government chose to protect territory families. That is why the community service obligation, the subsidy that keeps electricity affordable, has increased by another $58 million this year. This year alone, the Northern Territory government will spend more than $225 million subsidizing electricity. Think about that for a moment. More than $225 million. That is taxpayers' money. Money that could otherwise be spent on schools, hospitals, police, roads, community infrastructure. Instead, this government is using it to shield Territorians from much larger electricity price increase. Without that subsidy, electricity prices would increase by around 75%. For many households, that would mean paying well over $2,000 more every year. That is the real figure. That is what government is preventing. Yet the opposition stands in this chamber pretending this support somehow doesn't exist. It does. It is one of the largest cost of living subsidies provided anywhere in Australia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the community service obligation is not magic money. Government cannot simply write a larger check every year without consequences. Every additional dollar has to come from somewhere, either through higher taxes or higher debt, or reducing services elsewhere. That is the reality of governing. Labor's contribution today is simply to say, spend more, increase the subsidy, reverse the increase. But they never answer the obvious question. How? How would they pay for it? Would they borrow another $100 million? Would they increase taxes? Would they cut hospitals? Would they cut police? Would they cut community programs? We never hear an answer. Because under Labor, the answer was always the same. Put it on the credit card. Leave the bill for somebody else. That is exactly the financial mess this government inherited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, responsible governments do not ignore rising costs. Responsible governments manage them. Responsible governments absorb what they can. Responsible governments make difficult decisions to protect households while also facing the territory's long-term financial future. That is precisely what this government has done. And despite what those opposite would have Territorians believe, electricity prices in the Northern Territory remain among the lowest in Australia. Power prices are the fourth cheapest nationally. Water prices are the third cheapest nationally. Overall, household utility bills remain below the national average. Over the past 5 years, the Northern Territory has experienced the third lowest cumulative increase in utility prices in Australia. Those are not opposition talking points. Those are the facts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is another point that deserves attention. The opposition likes talking about electricity prices. What they never want to talk about is the cost of generating electricity, because that would require acknowledging the single biggest long-term opportunity available to the Northern Territory, Beetaloo. Those opposite are still getting used to bringing themselves to say the words. Yet affordable domestic gas is one of the most important long-term opportunities to reduce electricity generation costs. Cheaper gas means cheaper generation. Cheaper generation means lower pressure on electricity prices. Lower electricity prices means less reliance on taxpayer subsidies. That is the long-term solution. Not pretending cost disappears, not borrowing more money, actually reducing the cost of producing electricity. Instead, Labor spent years delaying economic development while simply increasing subsidies funded through debt. They never addressed the underlying problem. They simply passed the bill to future Territorians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, cost of living relief is about far more than one utility bill. This government understands that our response has never been limited to simply one utility bill. This budget delivers almost $290 million in targeted cost of living relief. Whether it is electricity subsidies, concessions for seniors, back to school and learn to swim vouchers, sport vouchers, support for first home buyers, apprentices or territory businesses. This government is helping Territorians across the entire household budget, not just one line item. That is practical cost of living relief in action. It is why the Northern Territory Concession Scheme continues to provide assistance with electricity, water, sewerage, council rates, motor vehicle registration, driver's licenses, and other essential household costs. It is why the Seniors Recognition Scheme continues to acknowledge the enormous contribution all the Territorians make to our community. It is why we continue supporting families through initiatives such as sports vouchers that help reduce the cost of children participating in organized sports. Because cost of living is about keeping families active, keeping communities connected, helping Territorians participate. That is restoring the territory lifestyle. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have also looked at everyday household cost. Last year, we froze motor vehicle registrations. This year, we have limited increases by freezing the motor accidents compensation levy. For most Territorians, that means registration increases no more than around $8. At the same time, we abolished mandatory vehicle inspections. Taken together, many Territory motorists are actually paying less to own and register a vehicle than they otherwise would have. That is practical cost of living relief. Not announcements, not headlines, actual savings. We have also doubled the solar feed-in tariff during afternoon and evening peak periods. That rewards Territory households investing in renewable energy while helping strengthen the electricity network during periods of highest demand. Again, practical measures, not slogans. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one thing this government will never do is pretend difficult decisions do not exist. We inherited significant debt. Indeed, the amendment rightly recognizes the financial position inherited by this government. We inherited a territory on a trajectory towards around $15 billion of debt. Responsible governments do not pretend that debt doesn't matter. Every additional dollar borrowed today is paid back by future Territorians through the interest that could otherwise be invested in hospitals, schools, police, roads, and community services. We inherited structural financial challenges. We inherited years where borrowing became the default response to every problem. We are determined not to repeat those mistakes because every dollar borrowed today becomes a bill paid by Territory families tomorrow. Every dollar added to debt attracts interest. Every additional interest payment means less money available for hospitals, schools, policing, and community services. Financial responsibility is itself a cost of living measure. Strong public finances keep taxes lower. They protect essential services. They give governments capacity to respond when genuine emergencies occur. That is what responsible government looks like. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also reject the implication behind the opposition's motion that this government somehow does not understand the pressures facing ordinary Territorians. Every member on this side speaks with fellow Territorians every day. We speak with pensioners, with small businesses, with sporting clubs, with community organizations, with volunteers, with young people with disability. We hear exactly the same concerns. That is why our response has not focused on one headline. It has focused on the whole household budget. Electricity subsidies, concessions, vehicle costs, community participations, sports vouchers, swimming vouchers, support for seniors, support for families, responsible economic management. That is genuine cost of living policy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, governing is about balancing today's pressures with tomorrow's responsibilities. It is easy to promise bigger subsidies. It is much harder to explain how you will pay for them. This government is prepared to have that honest conversation. We will continue protecting Territory households through one of the most generous electricity subsidy schemes in the nation. We will continue investing hundreds of millions of dollars in practical cost of living support. We will continue rebuilding the economy so wages grow and businesses invest. We will continue supporting projects like Beetaloo that address the underlying cost of electricity generation. And we will continue managing the Territory's finances responsibly so future generations are not left paying for today's political shortcuts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion asks us to ignore economic reality, the previous motion from the Labour opposition. It asks us to spend more without a funding source. The previous motion asks us to repeat exactly that mistakes that created so many of the financial challenges we now are facing. The Finocchiaro CLP government will not do that. We will continue supporting Territorians. We will continue protecting households from the full cost of rising electricity generation. We will continue delivering practical cost of living relief. And we will continue making responsible decisions that protect both today's Territorians and tomorrow's. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whether we look at the original motion or the amended motion before us today, one thing is clear. This government understands the cost of living pressures faced by the Territorians. That is why we are spending more than $225 million subsidizing electricity. That is why this budget delivers almost $290 million in broader cost of living relief. That is why we continue to support seniors, families, apprentices, first-home buyers, businesses, and vulnerable Territorians. And that is why we remain committed to rebuilding the Territory's finances after inheriting a trajectory towards $15 billion of debt. The amendment acknowledges those realities. It recognizes that genuine cost of living relief must go hand in hand with responsible financial management. That is the approach of the Finocchiaro CLP government. It is an approach that protects Territory households today while ensuring we can continue investing in essential services tomorrow. For those reasons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the amended motion before the House.
Thank you, Member Sanderson. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to acknowledge all of the contributions in the chamber this evening, whether I agree with them or not. Mr. Deputy Speaker, certainly acknowledging the motion and the amendments, this is an issue and an area that affects every single person living in the Territory. We all require energy, whether it's produced from solar or whether it's going to be gas that's coming from the Beetaloo. These are important things that we do need to discuss, particularly the sources of energy, where it comes from. In Alice Springs, the solar initiatives have been so successful that at times Alice Springs produces too much energy, and that's prompted the conversations around more long-term batteries for Central Australia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from 1 July, the CLP government increased household electricity prices by 3.5%. Now, I know we've heard in this chamber that members of the government think that that's not a significant number, but it might sound like a number on a government spreadsheet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it means something very different around the kitchen table for many families here in the Northern Territory. It means another bill is going up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when families across the Territory are already paying more for their groceries, for their rent, for their insurance, fuel, and almost every other basic necessity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for an average Territory household, this increase could add up to about $200 a year extra. Now, that might only sound like a few dollars each week to the government, but when a family is already counting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, every dollar every day, there is no such thing as just a few dollars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that money could have brought bread, milk, fruit for the kids. It could have helped fill up the car so someone could get to work, and of course, it could have paid for school lunches, medication, and another essential service in the household. Territory families, Mr. Deputy Speaker, do not experience price increases at one time. They experience them all at one time. A little more for power, a little more for food, a little more for fuel, a little more for rent. And eventually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's no more room left for the family. The government's own figures show that the average Territory household uses about 23 to 26 kilowatt hours of electricity each day. And from July 1, the standard residential use charge increased to 31.7 cents per kilowatt hour, along with the increased daily supply charge. Mr. Deputy Speaker, power is not a luxury in the Northern Territory. In our climate, whether it's the top end or the desert, electricity means being able to turn on a fan or an air conditioner when the temperatures are increasing over 40 degrees. It means keeping our food cool. It means storing our medications safely. And it means being able to bring up our children in a home where they can sleep each night and arrive at school ready to learn. For our older Territorians and babies and people with chronic health conditions, being kept safe in and during extreme heat is important. The Treasurer talks about subsidies, rankings and comparisons with other jurisdictions, as did the member for Fong Lim. But Territorians don't pay their bill with a national ranking. They pay their bills with money they've earned. And when the bill goes up, families have to find that money from somewhere else. The government has said it's increasing its electricity subsidy and limiting the price increase to 5.3%. But a subsidy does not make an increase disappear, Mr Deputy Speaker. The amount coming out of a family's bank account is still higher, the amount a pensioner has to put aside is still higher, and the amount a remote household has to load onto its prepaid meter is still going up, Mr Deputy Speaker. When we talk about the impacts and we move beyond Darwin and talk about our regional and remote communities, Mr Deputy Speaker, in regional and remote communities, households are already dealing with higher food prices, limited services and unreliable telecommunications and some of the harshest temperatures in this country. Families also live in overcrowded homes. 1 metre may effectively be providing electricity for a household with several generations and multiple families living under one roof. Many households, homes are poorly insulated and have significant ageing and insufficient air conditioners. That's doors and windows and screens that may need repairing, Mr Deputy Speaker. These homes require more electricity to keep people safe and keep people comfortable, not because families are being wasteful, but because the household itself hasn't been designed to be energy efficient. The government's own electricity reforms acknowledge that share meters, multiple households and rural properties can usually have higher electricity use. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if people in this chamber would know, but many people in remote communities already pay a higher price of energy unit because they use a smart meter and not what is considered an ordinary meter. So people in the bush are already paying more for power than people in the urban centres because of the meter arrangements. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, in Alice Springs, the Barkly and remote Central Australia, keeping a home cool through summer is not optional. It's a matter of health and safety. Recent reporting from Central Australia described a grandmother putting around $70 a week onto her prepaid electricity account. During extreme heat, that credit was lasting her household less than 3 days, Mr Deputy Speaker. Every 3 days, she was spending $70 during summer to keep her house cool for her and her extended family, her fridge on to keep her medication cool, and to be able to cook and provide meals for her entire family. $70 every 3 days. When the credit ran out, the electricity stopped, taking with it, Mr Deputy Speaker, the lights, the air conditioning and the refrigeration. She was left asking whether she could pay for the electricity or buy food. No Territory family should ever be forced to make that choice, Mr Deputy Speaker. But when we do see governments putting price hikes, even if it is 3.5%, the choice is hard for people in the bush. People in the bush are already living below the poverty line, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have heard firsthand in the bush $70 for every 3 days just to run one household in the bush. That is not sustainable, that is not reasonable, and that is even before you consider the 3.5% increase that is being passed on to everyday Territorians. For people receiving quarterly bills, the increase may not be as obvious until the bill arrives. But for people in the bush who use prepaid electricity, the impact is immediate. They put the same $20 on the meter, but it doesn't last as long. They put the same $50 on, but the power runs out earlier. The meter does not care that payday is tomorrow. The meter does not care that the shop is closed. The meter does not care that the children in the house, the food in the fridge, or the elderly person trying to keep cool need access to reliable power. When the credit is gone, the power can just simply go off. Research into prepaid electricity has found that many remote customers rely heavily on in-store top-ups because of poor mobile phone access, unreliable applications, and difficulties navigating digital systems. It has also identified regular disconnections and barriers preventing eligible households from accessing concessions and hardship assistances. And that brings me to the transition, Mr Deputy Speaker, of new smart prepaid meters. There may be many benefits from modern technology. A smart meter may allow credit to be transferred remotely. It may reduce the need for someone to physically insert a card into a meter, and it may provide better information about energy use and peak times. But technology is only an improvement when people can be expected to use it and understand how to use it and how they can access it. Power and Water's own information says that the newer e-token meters do not use a traditional power card. Instead, credit is sent to the meter using a mobile phone network. Customers may be required to top up online by phone or through participating retailer. Even after payment is made, it can take time for credit to reach the meter, depending on the mobile network. That might sound simple from an office in Darwin, but that happens to be where we are in the bush. There's often faulty mobile phone reception. What happens when the Telstra service is down? What happens when a person does not have internet banking, a credit card, mobile data, or a working phone? What happens when English is not their first language? What happens when an elderly person who's used power cards for years and years suddenly discovers that the process has changed? And when a family has paid for power but a communications problem means that the credit has not reached a meter? These are not imaginary scenarios. They are everyday realities in remote Australia. Mr Deputy Speaker, I recently attended a local authority meeting in Kintore community where members raised serious concerns about the transition to new meters. People said they didn't understand what was changing. People said no one from the government spoke to them. They were concerned that the old power card arrangements were being removed without a proper transition plan. People had difficulty topping up. People had been left without power. Mr Deputy Speaker, I spoke to one senior leader in the community of Kintore who hadn't had power in her home for 3 months because no one had bothered to talk to her about how she could top up her power because she had no mobile phone. People didn't know where to go, they didn't know who to call, and they didn't know how to fix the problem. The local authority had requested that Power and Water come out to the community and hold a proper meeting. Mr Deputy Speaker, why did the community have to chase the government for basic information? Why was there not a community meeting before these meters and these changes to power were introduced? Did anyone from the government head out to this remote community and tell them that power was going up 3.5% and that smart meters were being rolled out? Why were the local authority members, community stores, housing organisations and Aboriginal organisations not properly engaged from the beginning? And why were local people not trained and employed to help households through the transition? This isn't consultation. Mr Deputy Speaker, what is also alarming is that the government has indicated that they're putting power prices up 30% for local government. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know right across the Northern Territory that there are many local government councils across the Territory who are already running on finite resources to run and deliver important community and council services. Mr Deputy Speaker, what does a 30% power increase mean for local government? It means that somewhere in that local government area there is going to have to be a reduction of service. Whether that is lights going off earlier on a football field and community members not being able to play a game of quality footy in summer, whether that means council assets and infrastructure not being able to run the air conditioning for longer periods of time during summer in the bush. These are questions that local government are going to have to work through with their local authorities and with their local communities on how they can address and respond to this. In our larger urban centres, is that 30% power increase something that councils are going to have to consider eventually passing on to the ratepayer? Because what we're seeing is, again, the CLP government putting power prices up 5.3% and also putting power up by 30% for local government.
Member for Gwadja, can I just pause you there?
Sure.
Can I just acknowledge the former Lord Mayor of Darwin, former member of the Legislative Assembly, the Honourable Convat Scarlett. Thank you. Continue on.
Thank you. Hear, hear. Good to have the former member for Casuarina and the former Lord Mayor with us this evening. As I was saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, these might sound just like numbers, but they have a real impact on people in the Territory. A 30% increase in power costs for a local government is a lot, because it's not just a 30% increase to one building in one council area, it's a 30% increase across the entire operation. It's a 30% increase in running costs in Papunya. It's a 30% increase for running costs in Kintor. It's a 30% increase for running costs in Alparulam. 30% increase for running costs in Timber Creek. It's a 30% increase of local government infrastructure in all 76 remote Aboriginal communities and our urban centres. That is going to come at a cost of local government services in our communities, because they are going to have to look at it. They do not have an endless pool of money. Let's remember, local government in the bush does not have the rate base that Darwin has. It does not have the rate base that Palmerston has or that Alice Springs has. They don't have that rate base. They don't have the ability to generate self-generated revenue as other councils do across the country. So we're already looking at local government across the bush, which is already running on the smell of an oily rag, and the CLP is asking them now to do more with less. There's not an increase in their overall budgets, but there's an expectation that they need to wear a 30% increase on power costs. We're talking about the most marginal people in the Territory, people in the bush, and we're slogging local government councils with a 30% power increase. People in the bush already go without services that everyone else in this chamber in their urban areas takes for granted every day. That has a significant impact and increase on people. You know, we want to be able to see local government doing more, then we need to give them more. Not give them more power increases, give them more resources to actually do more, because they do a fantastic job with the resources that they have now. And I know, Member for Karama, you too are a former councillor, as is the former Mayor of Barclay, and of course I had the privilege of serving local government in Alice Springs. I know firsthand how hard it is to look at those services, but this is not a healthy exercise to pass on that 30% increase, particularly, again, in the bush, where local government is already doing it tough. Again, rolling this out is important. I absolutely acknowledge that there is the need to do this. I think, you know, there's been criticism a lot around, well, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You know, I've come to this chamber with options. I've said I think we need to put a price on water. I think that if the Beetaloo is going to go ahead, then I think this Parliament should consider royalties for regions, so that we can quarantine royalties for each region of the Territory, so that it's not dependent on election cycles. There is a regular royalty stream there to be able to invest critical infrastructure in those communities. I have continually come here, and I'm really interested to talk about the economics of it. Has it been an area that I've had much involvement in before? I'm going to be honest and say no, it's not. But it's an area I'm eager to learn in, and it's an area that I've been talking to everyday Territorians about. What do we do? What does it look like? The transition to cheap, clean, green energy is incredibly important. Alice Springs has long been a leader in energy production. We have, of course, operated on, there are gas turbines in Alice Springs. No one denies that. But there's also been amazing investments in solar energy in Central Australia, where we have rolled out solar cities. Alice Springs was at one point labelled one of Australia's solar cities, where we had significant investments. We've rolled out rooftop solar. That has helped, Mr Deputy Speaker, really do that. I'm going to seek Standing Order 43, an extension of time while I'm on my feet, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Leave granted.
That standing order extension of time.
Beg your pardon?
Extension of time for the member.
Yeah, is leave granted? Leave is granted. Trying to get out.
It's moving, it's moving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, Alice Springs has been a leader in renewable energies and will continue to be. Like I said, Alice Springs at times produces so much solar energy that there has been difficulties in keeping the grid stabilised because there's this huge influx of power coming into the grid. So it is important. I've certainly welcomed conversations. I think I would really love to see the government move to a position where we're encouraging more Territorians to take up solar and to have the batteries so that they can store that and they can use that renewable energy, particularly at peak times when they need to do that. Again, I think it is an area that does require more conversation. Again, the government did increase as well and didn't honour a commitment around the tariffs when they were elected around the solar peak tap-in tariff. So I think that is interesting where we're getting with this. I mean, I think the opposition, Madam Speaker, has really said to the government that, you know, we're just after a full and transparent explanation of where you got the 3.5% increase and its impacts on households. I know that there's the community service obligations. I think for remote Territorians, ultimately, a face-to-face engagement in every remote community who's transitioning to smart meters and going to see that 5.3% increase is incredibly important. And I think we need to look at and consider, you know, concessions for particular areas of the territory where people are doing it incredibly hard, Madam Speaker. I think, you know, as I've said before, when you talk about the increase, it's immediate for people in the bush. And no one has spoken to them from the government telling them that that 5.3% increase happened immediately on the 1st of July when they were topping up their power cards thinking that X amount was going to get them so far. You know, as I've said, people's power bills, I guess, is going to be different where you live. Top end, I'm assuming it's quite high because everyone runs their refrigerated air conditioners in the build-up in the wet season. But, Madam Speaker, and where I have been travelling recently across the bush, I have heard first-hand accounts and experiences of families who are literally, Madam Speaker, literally churning through over $170 a week in power cards, or top-up, as they call it, on their smart meters to keep their household going, to keep the air conditioner going, to be able to have lights on at night, to be able to make sure that the space is a safe space so that people can see people coming in and out of the home, to be able to cook families food. You know, these are all incredibly important. It's not just about a number, it's about the impact that it has on people in the bush. And yes, I think there is a bigger piece of work. I'm not denying that. Certainly, I think there is work that has been undertaken with the Territory Government and the Commonwealth Government around new homes that are built to particular energy ratings as a way of trying to relieve some of the demand pressures in our remote communities on those air conditioning on units to keep the homes cool and to keep the homes warm in winter. But it does have a direct impact. Whenever you increase power prices, whether it's to a school, whether it's to a clinic, whether it's to a local government, whether it's to a community store, or whether it's to an everyday Territorian, ultimately that has a direct impact, Madam Speaker. It means a little less somewhere else. As I said, it means maybe it's a little less food for a family, it's a little less fuel for a family, it's a little less rent that can be paid on time. Because, Madam Speaker, it's lifting things up, and every dollar in the bush is counted. Every dollar in the bush has the ability to deliver incredibly important services. So I think often we can get caught up in the discussions and people said this, people said that, and I guess that's what politics is to some degree, unfortunately. But I think we do need to really have a look at it. I understand that there is multiple plans in place around how we transition to, cheaper, cleaner, greener energy, and different people will have different points of view around what that looks like and how that works. But I think certainly we need to make sure that we can do everything we can to keep power prices affordable, to keep our tariffs at a reasonable rate, and to make sure that we're not leaving families behind in already vulnerable areas. I do represent the Territory's largest electorate, second to that of Barkly by 20 square kilometres. But, I represent a district that, lots of people in my district are doing it tough. They're living below the poverty line. They don't have an abundance of jobs to take up. They don't have a lot of economic opportunity in the regions, and we all need to work to change that. We do need to create more jobs. We do need to create economic participation in the workforce, whether that is working with communities to look at solar farms, whether it's looking at communities to develop agricultural practices in partnership with organisations. We do need to look at how we can lift people out of poverty, because it is a real it's a real struggle in the bush every day, Madam Speaker, for families, trying to survive. I think, Madam Speaker, some of my fellow colleagues would probably experience this as well, but it's not uncommon to be out bush visiting your communities and your families and knocking on a door to talk to someone, and they're not there, and they haven't been there for a little while because they haven't had any money to top up their power meter. So they're living or they're staying with another family member somewhere else, or they've come to Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, Katherine, Palmerston or Darwin, where they're seeking support from family who has the ability to have their power turned on. So I think it is a real issue, definitely. I think out bush as well, there's real confusions. The meters do let you go into a portion of debt, and then I think it's $20 or $30, and then the minute you top up power, it clears that. But it's already, again, people starting from arrears. So it would be great, Madam Speaker, if the government could commit to the recommendations that came out of the original Powers report around transitioning, renewable energy, investing in cheaper energy. That report is a fantastic report. If members haven't read it, jump onto Original Power. They've done a huge amount of work. And recently they were involved in an amazing project, Willia Junta. I had the privilege to actually visit that with the member for Barkly, the housing minister here, where they've actually installed power set up, a solar system on a new house in Tennant Creek that is achieving fantastic results. It's a cutting edge, great, fully run by the sun, that house. It's got the backup batteries, it's got amazing solar panels. This is what remote community housing should look like in the future, is where we're seeing great solar projects that's offsetting the cost of everyday Territorians. And I do think some of the challenge for us is working with communities to look at how can we do that work, where we're seeing more investment in community solar and community batteries to reduce the overall costs for households and for organisations and services in those smaller communities. Because the remote communities, when it comes to cost of living, is probably, we need to look at it as an opportunity. They're closed grids, Madam Speaker, so they're not tied into the main network or the main grid. A large number of these communities work and operate on isolated grids. So if you can increase the renewable infrastructure in solar panels, you can absolutely use that to drive down the usage in the entire community, which in turn could help offset some of the operational costs, but also pass on the incentive or the subsidy to everyday users in that local community so that they can have cheaper power and that they can stay in their communities. And during summer, when it's bloody hot out in the bush, you can keep your air conditioning running. You can know and you can have comfort that you're not going to run out of power, and then you're not going to be uncomfortable, because antisocial behaviour is often driven as well in the middle of summer, overcrowding, incredibly hot homes, power runs out, there's no air conditioning, there's no food in the fridge because the fridge has no power, you can't cook on the oven because the stoves are electric. You completely shut a whole household off from using the house, which in turn then displaces everyone. So, Madam Speaker, I do acknowledge that the government certainly is saying that they're doing work in this space around looking at energy alternatives. I'm really interested to learn about those alternatives. Again, I'm really interested to have the conversations in the Parliament about, about growing the economy, not just in Darwin, Central Australia. How do we grow the economy? How do we grow the pie so that we have more to be able to invest in critical infrastructure and to be able to provide more cost of living initiatives for people? I'm not going to slam the CLP tonight. I think that there are some cost of living initiatives that you have done, the trailer registrations, the licences. I think that they're good moves. I think that if I'd thought of that when I was in government, I would have done it too. I think, there are some good moves. I'm not afraid to acknowledge that. I don't think the power increase was a good move, but I think that there have been some good ones.
Member for Blaine.
Wow. Thank you, Member for Guajar. It's such a rare thing for you to give us credit. I'm shocked.
Okay, order.
I am in shock. And all right. Thank you. But Madam Speaker, I just find it incredible that the Labor opposition has brought this motion today, and excuse me, and they seem to have finally discovered somewhere at the back of the cupboard some economic nous. After 8 long years of just one bad decision after another, running up the credit card, borrowing money on the bond market to pay public servants. That's like, that's just, it's crazy. Madam Speaker, it's amazing that Labor have finally discovered economics. They've finally discovered that, there's someone who doesn't have a magical, mystical money tree that they can just go up to and just pluck money off as much as they like. They've discovered that local councils don't have a money tree. They actually have a fixed budget. And when costs go up, they either have to cut services or raise rates. Hello, we're in the same bucket. We have the dubious honour that we can actually go out and borrow money. But you know what? At the end of the day, the levy on the Northern Territory taxpayer is based on the government spending, not on what they see in their bills, because government has no income except from the taxpayers, from the people of the Northern Territory. That's all. So they can either pay for it up front in taxes that they see on their bills, or we can go and run up the credit card and then our children have to pay that debt. And we are currently staring down, $11+ billion of debt that we inherited from the last government. They came in and there was, down to $1 billion, and now it's up to $10 billion in 8 years. That's just crazy. The advisor who came up with this idea for this motion on a general business day needs to go and sharpen their pencil, or maybe clean out their ears. Get out there and talk to some Territorians. I was hoping that after the election in 2024, that maybe Labor would change their ways, get back to their working class roots, reject this ideological madness that they seem to become infected with. But no, they still aren't listening. Labor are not listening. But anyway, I guess this is what happens when their top performer, the member for Daly, has been rolled, sent to the backbench. Obviously the faceless power brokers that run the Labor Party, have said, sorry, mate, your time's up. Get this Indigenous guy out of the way. We've got a white fella. We're going to put him into that job. I don't always agree with the member for Daly, but he's doing a great job. And the result is, he has to make way for the member for Nightcliff. And how long until the opposition leader faces the same tap on the shoulder? How long until the faceless power brokers of the Labor Party come and tap her on the shoulder and say, sorry, Selina, get out of the way, make way for the member for Nightcliff. We want him to run the party, be the face of the party. This is unfortunately what you get with Labor. Territorians can't trust Labor. You don't know who's running it. I know who's running things on our side. The Chief Minister, the member for Spillett, who's been here through thick and thin, grown up in the Territory, the girl from Grey, Like, some people may not like her, may not like, what we're doing to keep Territorians safe, to do the things that we were elected to do. But you know what? You know where you stand, and you know who's making the decisions. With the Labor Party, you never know, which union is currently calling the shots, which super fund, did Albo ring up, which federal minister, which federal, I don't know how their internal structures work, but, which federal secretariat rang up and said, nah, sorry, this is what you've got to do. It's really a shame. Because this is such an own goal. This is such an own goal. The facts are that the previous Labor government for 8 years, in fact, did everything to cause power prices to go up. To cause power prices to go up. And what did they do? They hid it behind the community service obligation. In the current budget, we're having to pay $252 million in CSO, community service obligation. That number has exploded since Labor came to power in 2016. If to the Territorians who are listening, just be aware, the NT government gives money directly to Power and Water to hold down the prices that you see on your bill. So even though you may not be seeing the full cost of power production in your bill, you are still paying for it. You may not see a line item, but you will be seeing reduced services because that money has to come from somewhere. How many times did Labor miss opportunities? We can all remember the blackouts that we had during Labor's time in power. I think they ran out of gas at one point. Why did that happen? Failure to plan is planning to fail. They knew that black tip, that the gas was running low, and so what did they have to do? They had to go onto the spot market and buy gas from Inpex on the spot market. So instead of having gas from Beetaloo, which, let me talk about the moratorium for a second. So in 2016, at the election, there were well-advanced plans to get gas production in the Beetaloo going. There's people I know in Palmerston who had businesses. They're businesses, and they were running valves, and these things are enormous, People love to go, run around and scaremonger and throw fear, uncertainty and doubt and, the gas industry, fracking, the water, it'll do this. They've never been out there. They have no idea. They have no idea the wall thickness of the pipes that go into the ground, the distances that have to be covered. The gas in the Beetaloo is more than 3 kilometres underground. The surface aquifers is something like 150 metres. There's almost 3 kilometres of rock between the aquifers and the gas-bearing rock. That is a long way in anyone's book. You try and go 3 kilometres through solid rock. Good luck. That market was well advanced. Businesses in Palmerston were running, trucking out valves, rods, joining fixtures, all these huge steel items, huge. They employed subcontractors, truckers, people who had families and mortgages, all going out to the Beetaloo trying to get this business going. And what did Labor do when they came in? They knocked the whole thing on the head. They said, "Nah, moratorium, stop everything." You know, if you come from a unionist background, then, you know, where you're not concerned about actually delivering services to anyone, you know, you're interested in maximising what you can get, then, well, what happens? All right, well, just turn it off and we'll go through and do a review and muck around, and then when we're happy, we'll just turn it back on again, you know, because they don't have any understanding of what's involved in these projects. You know, just like in 2011 when the Julia Gillard government, you know, brought in the live export ban. You know, all right, you may not like it, industry, but there's due process. Go through a process. No, they just shut down the live export trade without any consideration of the entire logistics train that reached from that port out there all the way back through Catherine, through Batchelor, through the Barclay, through Alice, through Kununurra, through Mount Isa, you know, the whole northern half of Australia, you know, all the agricultural stores, all the cattle stations, all the contractors and stockies and truckers who serve them, that entire industry ground to a halt. I hate to think how many farmers took their own lives because with their business relied on the live export trade. This is the complete disregard that the Labor Party has for the private sector and the things that actually make society work. You can't trust Labor because they don't understand. They don't understand. They might make you a promise and believe in their hearts, you know, when they're not lying. They might believe that they're saying the right thing, but because they don't understand what it takes to actually build things, to actually deliver things. You know, in the private sector where cost matters, where time matters. Time is money in the private sector. You know, every day that something runs late, that's costing you money. You've got machinery sitting around that you've got to pay for that's doing nothing. So in 2016, the Gunner Labor government came in with a moratorium on the onshore gas industry. Guess what? They killed that entire industry stone dead. The businesses in Palmerston who were involved, you know, servicing that industry, the businesses, you know, who were getting started around Daly Waters and Tennant Creek, all knocked stone dead. You know, I still remember talking to that manager and how the sorrow, the deep sorrow that, you know, the whole business had to be, you know, deep, like wound down. He had to go and see all of his truckers and just say, "Sorry guys, I don't have any more work for you." And they said, "But we've got mortgages." And he said, "You know, the government's put us out of business. That's it." That is the worst thing that I never ever want to hear someone say, the government's put us out of business. If there's a competitive process and someone else can do the same job at a better price for taxpayers, you know, better service, fair enough. But if the government just comes along and says, "Sorry, your business is illegal, too bad," that's an abrogation of your fiduciary duties as an elected official. So they killed Beetaloo, and then eventually they realised that we actually do need the Beetaloo, we actually do need gas. It's the biggest game in town, it's a 900-pound gorilla. Australia desperately needs the Beetaloo. You know, various states on the eastern seaboard have gone for renewable energy without any regard for the stability of the grid, for prices, for control of costs. They're tearing up farmland, you know, to run power lines, hell west and crooked. You know, we love clean energy on this side, but done in an appropriate way. It's got to be part of a whole picture. The power grid needs to be, number one, reliable. Number two, least cost. Number three, cheap, affordable. And if you run down a path because of an ideological bent without any regard to reality, the inevitable cost will be reliability will suffer and cost will suffer. And when those two things suffers, who suffers? Mr. and Mrs. Palmerston, Mr. and Mrs. Northern Suburbs. You know, it's the parents with young children, you know, who are running an aircon to help get their baby to sleep, and either the power goes out and the baby's not sleeping because it's not used to having to sleep in the heat, you know, or they're running the aircon and the power bill goes through the roof. So if that moratorium hadn't been brought in, the Beetaloo, we're looking at first gas in September. The Beetaloo would have been producing years ago. We would right now have royalties coming in from the Beetaloo right now. You know, I don't know how cynical the Gunner government was. You know, maybe they always intended to, maybe there was just a cynical campaign promise they made, you know, like the community battery for Nycliffe. I invite the member for Nycliffe to explain to his constituents exactly where in his electorate that battery will go. Maybe it should go on the foreshore next to the cafe. Maybe it should go on the Nycliffe Oval. You know, it's not a small facility. It's, you know, a small one might fit in this room, in this chamber, but you've got to have setbacks. You've got to have transformers. It's high voltage. Where in Nycliffe will this community battery go, member for Nycliffe? Tell us, whose house will it go next to? Exactly right. You know, he talks about public housing. I invite the member for Nycliffe. Tell us where we can build more public housing in Nycliffe. Member for Fanny Bay. But the member for Nycliffe, he's a perfect Labor politician because he doesn't seem to actually stand for anything. He just is happy to read his speech, read the talking points, do what he's told. Maybe that's why, the faceless power brokers of the Labor Party decided that he would be a better deputy leader than the member for Daly, the high performer, because it's clear that the member for Nycliffe will just do what he's told. So, yes, but this government is committed to fixing the Labor mess. So while I'm here and while we're talking about renewable energy, let's talk about the solar farms. So the previous government built a few solar farms. You know, I can remember, and I'm sure everyone in Alice Springs remembers the great blackouts that resulted because they, in their ideological rush, you know, to be able to claim green energy for Alice Springs, guess what? They did not do the work. They didn't make sure. I'm sure Power and Water and TGen are full of hard-working, highly experienced, qualified engineers. These are people they go to work and every day they are just thinking about what could go wrong, what could happen, how do I keep the grid running, how do I keep it, you know, if the opportunity ever presents, you know, I invite anyone who's listening, anyone in this chamber, if you ever have the opportunity to visit one of the power station controllers, I strongly recommend the grid has to stay at 240 volts and 50 hertz. If it goes off that by more than a few percent, all hell breaks loose on the grid. They have to keep supply and demand tightly coupled to within a few percent, and that is constant work day after day, Madam Speaker. So they built a couple of solar farms, and you know, as one of Gunner's mates, Tetris Energy, you know, another company out of Victoria, out of Melbourne, like the member for Nycliffe. Oh, something going on there. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so they built the solar farms. The Gunner government signed a power purchase agreement, a long-term agreement to buy energy from those solar farms, and then sold them to E&I, who run the Blacktip gas field that we get our gas from. And then what happened? Well, as soon as E&I had signed the cheque and given the money to Tetris Energy, guess what? It turned out that they couldn't connect them to the grid. And so E&I had a stranded asset. So we had all these Flash Harry solar farms and they couldn't do anything. So this government is doing the work. I've been there. I've been out to Channel Island. We have built the best battery energy storage systems. We have connected them. And that has allowed us to connect the solar farms to the grid. And so now those solar farms are connected to the grid. They're delivering power. You know, you have to, if you have large-scale battery solar systems, you have to have BESS. You have to have large-scale batteries, or you have to have what's called a synchronous condenser, which is a very large spinning hunk of metal that's connected to a generator, which provides system inertia. And I'd invite someone to move me an extension of time.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Member for Daly.
Standing Order 43, requesting extension.
Is an extension given to the member? All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Please continue, Member.
Thank you, Member for
Blaine.
Daly. I appreciate it.
Those nice words about the Member for Daly.
So, if you want to have large-scale solar, you've got to have grid stability. So, in the old days, you know, when power was generated by down south and overseas coal-fired power stations, you know, we got rid of ours decades ago under the previous CLP, built Channel Island gas-fired turbines, dramatically lowering our carbon footprint before, you know, the Greens Party was even formed. Thank you, CLP. You've got to have stability, because when you have solar farms, you know, clouds can go over and you can have, you know, tens of megawatts disappear within seconds. And then the cloud goes away and tens of megawatts come back. So you have to have stability. You've got to have a battery storage system, you've got to have a synchronous condenser, or you've got to have a very large amount of spinning reserve, aka turbines. So, Madam Speaker, we've done the work. We've built the battery energy storage systems, we've connected them, we've been able to connect those solar farms. They are now working. E&I is able to claim their power purchase agreement, so I hope they're happy. You know, we'll be minimising the amount of money that's going to Gunners Mates down in Victoria. You know, we're happy for people to come here, invest in the territory. You know, every time I see a media release out of the Beetaloo and I see those drill rigs drilling, you know, I just think the royalties are coming. You know, that's jobs. As a former Labor minister once said, jobs, jobs, jobs. You know, well, you know what? I can agree with that. You know, the more jobs we have here in the territory, the better. Because the more the gas gets going, once that Beetaloo gas hits the grid, we will have a long-term, stable supply. And you know what will happen then? We'll be able to negotiate long-term, cheap gas supply at a competitive price. We won't be having to go out on the spot market, the international spot market. We all know what's happening over in the Straits of Hormuz, you know, with Iran and the US, and they're all, you know, and there's a whole conflict that's happening there that I don't want to go into. We all know that the impact that's having on the global energy supply. You know, those straits are a choke point that, you know, 20-30% of global crude oil flows through. You know, probably a similar amount of global LNG, you know, and all of the other LNG products that are downstream. You know, everything that we have is made out of, you know, almost is made out of plastic these days. Where does plastic come from? Polyethylene. Where does that come from? It comes from natural gas. It gets turned into a precursor bead, which then gets turned into plastics. Everything around it gets turned into pharmaceuticals, you know. And, you know, quite an amount of you know, candies that I try to convince my sons not to eat. It also produces, you know, the vast majority of fertiliser. Most of the urea in the world is made from the Haber-Bosch process, which relies on natural gas to feed it. As Beetaloo gets going, there's no end to the industrial possibilities that can happen. Yes, out at Middle Arm, you know, maybe Gunpoint, somewhere, you know, in an appropriate location. But that Beetaloo gas will be a game changer and unlock so many different industries. And one of all the financial benefits that it will bring, one of the, you know, in the grand scheme of things, one of the smaller ones, but one of the things that Territorians will probably really appreciate the most is that stable, consistent decades of gas. And I'm sure once it's there, the Treasurer and the Minister for Mines and Energy and the Chief Minister will be in discussions and, locking in those long-term supply contracts so we won't be exposed to all this international volatility that's going on. When you buy gas on the spot market, because of the previous government's failure to plan, which is planning to fail, you end up having to pay high prices. When you do the work and you get things done, and we have our own long-term stable supplies of gas, you can negotiate a good price. So, yeah, Madam Speaker, I think it shows that the opposition have tin ears. I think they're getting very poor advice. Whoever came up with this motion today really needs to get out, go for a walk, listen to some real Territorians, check their history books, see what's been going on. 5.3%. It's the best that we could do given the budget that we inherited and the system that we inherited. The alternative is we could just be like the previous government, put it on the credit card. Just put on the credit card and rack up more debt for our kids. Where's the previous Chief Minister Michael Gunner now? He's not in the Territory. Last I heard, he's in WA. His kids aren't going to be paying the price for all of his poor mistakes. And unfortunately, too often we see this pattern. Particularly those on the other side. They come in, they do their damage, and when they're done, they take off down south. Taking on lucrative jobs, working with their mates who they gave sweetheart deals to. Not on this side. We're here, we're committed, we aren't going anywhere. Madam Speaker, I think the motion that the opposition have brought today is ill-advised, and I support the amendment brought by the Treasurer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Karama. Oh, okay, Member for Johnston. That's very nice of you, Member for Karama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note that the government has amended the original motion to congratulate itself for a range of cost of living measures while condemning the former Labor government for leaving the Territory with growing debt, saying future generations will pay the price. Madam Speaker, for anyone out there listening, like me, you might find the constant tit-for-tat between Labor and the CLP in this chamber boring and a waste of time. I asked in estimates how much it costs to run Parliament for the day. There wasn't a clear answer, but a back-of-the-envelope figure is that Territorians are paying $112,000 a year, $112,000 a day just to run this building and administration, and that's without paying the 25 of us, MLAs and ministers and their staff, millions more in salaries. So Territorians have a right to know what they're getting for their money. And when Parliament time is wasted on endless attacks on either party, I wonder if that's what they want to be paying for, and I wonder if that's improving their cost of living.
Okay, silence.
I'm talking to both the opposition and the CLP. I'm talking to both parties about the amount of time that is wasted in this chamber with attacking each other and slagging each other off that does nothing to improve the lives of Territorians. That's who I'm talking to.
Can I just pause you there, Member for Johnston? The Member for Johnston listens to you all in absolute silence most of the time, so I think you should pay her the same respect. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is one part of the amendment that I do agree with. We absolutely should be thinking about future generations. But if this government is serious about protecting future generations, as is in the amended motion, it needs to focus on the long-term costs of the decisions it's making. Whether those decisions are about energy or education or community safety or development, future generations are not only going to inherit our balance sheet, but the country we're standing on, our energy systems, our infrastructure, and the consequences of our choices, including our climate choices.
And to go to electricity, which is what the original motion was about, the decisions we make about electricity today will determine whether Territorians face lower power bills and a more resilient economy into the future, or whether they remain locked into an increasingly expensive gas-dependent system. And it's through that lens that I want to speak to this motion. Madam Speaker, every week in Johnston, every day in Johnston, I hear from people who are doing everything they can to keep their heads above water. Families are cutting back on groceries, older Territorians are skipping essentials, small businesses are struggling with rising operating costs, and all the time the cost of keeping the lights on continues to climb. We know in this chamber, we've talked about it before, that electricity is not a luxury, it's an essential service, and here in the Territory it's even more essential than it is in so many other places. Our climate means that people rely on air conditioning to stay safe through long, hot summers. We know that refrigeration is critical. For many people, particularly older Territorians and those with chronic health conditions, reliable electricity is a necessity, not a choice. And when power bills rise, everything else becomes harder. It's one of the key drivers of the cost of living pressures that people are experiencing across the Territory. But, Madam Speaker, these rising costs are not simply bad luck, not simply an unavoidable consequence of global markets. They're also the result of political choices. And the government has made a conscious decision to double down on expensive gas even when much cheaper alternatives are available. For years, Territorians have been told that gas is the answer to our energy future, yet today gas is the single most expensive form of electricity generation in Australia. It's roughly twice the price of renewables, and the cost of renewable energy continues to fall. So instead of engaging with making sensible economic choice to transition to cheaper renewable energy generation, this government continues to tie Territory households to an increasingly expensive energy source. And it's difficult to understand why the government's still so committed to this after what's happened with gas supply in the Territory. We've heard in this chamber today, and according to the Treasurer in estimates, the Blacktip gas field has failed. We know Power and Water have had to source replacement gas at significant cost because of supply issues at Blacktip. We know there have been expensive contractual arrangements and commercial disputes. We know there have been costly failures along the way. What we don't know is exactly how much those decisions are contributing to Territory power bills. The government has not been transparent about that. And Territorians deserve to know whether they're paying for failed contracts and poor planning. They deserve to know how much these failed gas decisions are costing them every time their electricity bill arrives. But even if Blacktip had operated perfectly, even if the contract had gone exactly according to plan, we'd still be left with the same fundamental problem that gas is the most expensive way to generate electricity. The CLP, I know you will tell me that renewables are too expensive because of the setup costs, but at the same time, you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars supporting gas. You keep talking about how Beetaloo will be cost effective, but when I asked about the modelling to support this in estimates, no one could give it to me. Not one minister could show me any evidence, any proof that gas, including gas to come from Beetaloo, is the most cost-effective option for power in the Territory. What we do know, though, is that Power and Water corporations say in their annual report that renewables investment poses a risk to the price they can sell gas for in their annual report at page 54, if anyone wants to have a look. There, they say that the potential impact from the displacement of gas by renewables over time is one of the risks to the corporation's ability to sell the gas at a price higher than the cost of gas and transport. And the report also warns that there's a significant risk that the value of its gas contracts could be reduced based on assumptions including that all gas purchased is on-sold and the outcome of customer contract negotiations. In other words, Madam Speaker, PwC's own financial reporting makes clear that any future increased investment in renewable energy threatens its ability to sell gas at profitable prices. That means, essentially, that PwC has a commercial interest in maintaining higher gas demand and prices while the expansion of cheaper renewable alternatives poses a financial risk to its business model. That's exactly what they've said. And in the middle of a cost of living crisis, when lower cost energy options are increasingly available, a government-owned corporation with a financial interest in protecting higher gas prices simply does not pass the pub test. We heard that gas losses this year alone have cost PwC $132 million, driven by the failure of the black tip gas supply arrangement with ENI. How much of this has been passed on to Territorians? How much of the 5.3 increase that we're talking about today will go towards paying for those losses at black tip? Again, it estimates Territory Generation, responsible for the NT's power sources, told us they've got 65 of their investments in gas. They said that protecting that investment doesn't affect their decision-making, but they also refused to table any modelling showing how they actually make decisions about investing, including in renewables. Imagine if even part of the $355 million the government gave to the gas industry in the last financial year was invested in renewables, in batteries, or in helping households install batteries, upgrade rooftop solar, or improve energy efficiency. Instead of subsidising expensive fuel and the expansion of a dying industry driving climate change, we'd be helping Territorians permanently reduce their power bill. Madam Speaker, the government cannot keep pretending that locking Territorians into more gas contracts and subsidising more gas expansion is the cheapest path forward when all the evidence shows that renewables are far cheaper and the government has not been able to produce any modelling showing anything different. The Territory has some of the best solar resources in the world. We don't have to dig up and burn expensive gas. We should be making it easier for households, for businesses and communities to generate their own power. We should be supporting startups like Original Power, we just heard about them in the chamber earlier, so that remote communities can have reliable sovereign power sources. We should be investing in renewable generation that reduces long-term electricity costs. We should be supporting the rollout of rooftop solar, helping people upgrade ageing systems, investing in batteries and modernising our electricity network so solar and batteries can actually work and so that we can make the most of our cheaper renewable energy. And Madam Speaker, these investments do not just reduce emissions, they reduce power bills. They improve the cost of living crisis that Territorians are facing. They improve energy security and they reduce our dependence on increasingly expensive gas. Madam Speaker, once you build a solar farm, the fuel is free. Solar panels don't need gas, they don't need diesel, they don't need fuel delivery. Every morning the sun comes up for free. Once you've built the infrastructure, the cost of producing electricity is dramatically lower. So it's not just an environmental failure that I'm talking about here, it's a cost of living failure. Every dollar unnecessarily spent on expensive gas is a dollar that Territory families cannot spend on groceries, on rent, on school uniforms or on healthcare. And every year that we delay investment in cheaper renewable energy is another year that Territorians continue paying more than they should to power their homes. Governments can't control every cost facing households, but when a government corporation is controlling what sources of energy are available to Territorians, they can make decisions that either increase or reduce those costs. Madam Speaker, this isn't just a debate about the cost of electricity, and it's not just a debate about the cost of living today. It's also a debate about the cost of living for the next generation of Territorians and the liability of the Territory into the future. We all know that Territorians care deeply about the cost of living. I know that the people in my electorate of Johnston care deeply about it. They care whether they can afford to keep the lights on, whether they can afford to run the air conditioner, whether they still have enough money left at the end of the week for groceries, for rent and school uniforms. And they also care about leaving the next generation with a Territory that's affordable, that's sustainable and that's resilient. They care about that for their children. Right now, the Territory is set to bear the brunt of climate change. Temperature rises will be much higher here than in other places down south, and we've heard from the government over and over again that there is a belief in the climate crisis that we are facing here. We know that if we don't move away from fossil fuels, temperature rises will continue to go up, and we're not talking about unlivable temperatures by the end of the century anymore. We're talking about 2070. That's in our children's lifetimes, in some of our lifetimes here in this chamber. And we have a responsibility to future generations of the Territory to protect this incredible place that we are all so lucky to live in, that actually we are caretakers of, so that they can enjoy it and they can live here into the future. So if the CLP government continues to lock the Territory into increasingly expensive gas generation when cheaper and safer alternatives are available, they are not simply increasing today's electricity bills. They're locking future generations into higher costs, into greater exposure to volatile gas prices, into contributing to an unlivable climate and an energy system that will become more and more expensive over time. The Territory has some of the best renewable energy resources in the world, and we should be using that natural advantage to deliver cheaper power, to reduce pressure on household budgets, to strengthen our energy security and build a more sustainable economy and a more sustainable future for the Territory. Good governments don't just think about getting through the next budget. They make decisions that protect all of our futures as well as reduce the cost of living right now and into the long term. So Territorians deserve long-term planning, an energy system that delivers reliable, affordable power, not just this year, but for decades to come. Future generations should inherit a Territory that makes the most of our extraordinary natural advantages, with affordable power, lower household costs, greater energy security, and an economy that's built to thrive for decades to come. That's the opportunity before us. That's the opportunity that we have here as the people that our communities have elected to make decisions for them right now and for into the future and for their children. The government may only be thinking in 4-year election cycles, but the rest of us are here for the long term, Madam Speaker, and we're thinking about the Territory that we leave behind, and Territorians deserve a government that does the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Karama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I noticed that the original motion referred to a 5.3% price hike. Now, on first glance, I actually acknowledge that this is an important issue for many Territorians. And I know that all of my government colleagues share the general community concerns about rising cost of living, including those living in my electorate of Karama. So the idea that we want to do this or put up, I know people hurt when prices go up. Absolutely they do. There's a lot of people in my electorate who are struggling, and a small increase does impact on their ability to cover other food and all that, and they've got to make choices. So I don't underestimate the impact, and I don't belittle that why we might say 5.3% or whatever it is, that the impact on people, grassroots people, can be significant. And I fully acknowledge that. And there is no doubt that global fuel prices increases and other inflationary impacts are a concern. They do impact on cost of living. Now, I also heard the views of the member for Arafura and the member for Gwadja about the significant impact that these increases can have on their communities in remote and regional communities in the Northern Territory. And if members recall, in previous speeches to this Assembly, I have acknowledged the importance of our regional and remote communities to our Territory's future. Absolutely. It is an important part of the Territory. We can't just be around our city areas. We've really got to look at how we can maximise what we get out of the regional areas, including, may I say, the Barkly, the land of opportunity. And there is a need for greater investment in strategic roads, infrastructure and services in these areas to grow the Territory. And my recollection, and the Treasurer can correct me, I believe that in the last budget, I think we allocated about 59% of our sort of strategic road budget to regional areas. So easily the majority of where we're putting our limited budget area, we don't have too much, but we are acknowledging the importance of our regions, and so we should. Because it is those regional areas that generate much of Australia as well. So it's not only Northern Territory. I've said before, look across all of Northern Australia and so on. It's our mining industry, it's our energy industries, it's our agricultural industries. They're the ones that actually generate the bulk of the wealth for Australia. And we need to support those areas. So in that context, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that our united and committed CLP government is totally focused on delivering our plan, and you've seen it before, our plan, to rebuild the economy. And I just want to give a little bit of evidence maybe, because I know people are interested in evidence. Can I seek leave to table some stats from the Australian Bureau of Statistics?
Is leave granted?
All right.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, I know Member for Fong Lim and others have referred to similar stats. So because I've tabled it, I'm not going to go through all of it, but I will just pick some highlights out of it if I can. Yep. Sorry. So let's see. We talked about employment. The number of employed people in the Territory is at the highest level on record. This is from the ABS. More Territorians are in a job than ever before. Simple stats was employment in the Territory increased by 3.3% in trend terms and 3.7% seasonally adjusted. And that's good, and a lot of that goes back to some of those large projects which we are supporting, such as Arafura Nolans, Core Lithium Finnis, and also the Beetaloo. Let's not underestimate the Beetaloo, unlike others. Household spending, that was another one. It's been up by 10.1%. As I said, I'm not going to go through all the stats. The Territory also had good news on job vacancy front, with the number of job vacancies in the Territory increasing by 31.3% in the year ended 3 months to May. Increasing number of vacancies. And I can tell you the best way for a lot of people, particularly those who are unemployed and so on, to improve their cost of living is to get a job. There is absolute dignity in work, and if we can create the opportunity for people who unfortunately haven't got a job at the moment to be able to work, that will go a long way to helping them address cost of living. It'll also help them address a whole range of other issues in terms of better lifestyle and so on, and looking after their families. So I wish them all the best. The value of the Territory engineering construction work commenced to increase by 18% to $347 million in the year ended. I'd say construction, we've got roads. These are real jobs. This is getting our economy going. This is what we need to do. We talked about residential building approvals are up 55.7%. Fantastic. What was the, oh yes, that's right, the Real Estate Institute of Australia's Home Loan Affordability Index. The Territory is ranked the second most affordable to purchase a home of the jurisdictions. Isn't that good? You might say, oh, well, house prices go up. But if you look across the country, we are attractive. People want to come here because we are affordable. And I think that's really important.
Member for Karama, could you just pause? You three up the back, I can hear you talking from here, so keep it down, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, why do we get these results, Madam Speaker, that I've just touched on? I'll tell you why. Because we have restored confidence in the Northern Territory. And the Attorney-General was just leaving, but she actually mentioned, she said, confidence is earned. You have to earn confidence. It's not just a word. And we have been earning it. And we're earning it from our businesses, from our investors, and from our general community. And how did we earn that confidence, Madam Speaker? I'll tell you how. Because we earn it by being a united and disciplined government team. United and disciplined government team, delivering on a clear plan that we promised in the last election. And because we delivered what we said we were going to do, whether people agree with it or not, people trust us. They say, look, I might not agree with everything you said, but by God, you said you were going to do it and you did it. That gives you credibility. That gives them confidence that what we say going forward is what we're going to keep doing. Trust. And that's a big issue. Now, obviously, I'd like to contrast some of that with our, dare I say, shambolic and disunited Labor opposition. And that's what they are. And it's unfortunate. I've said before, Madam Speaker, I really want us, just for the benefit of our democracy, to have a credible opposition. It would be really good if we had a credible opposition. But I tell you what, they're not credible. They've been in for 2 years. I was hoping they were going to change, they were going to listen. might have started off with a bit of humility and so on at the start and then worked up their way. But no, they haven't. They've fallen into the old trap. Now, I know previous CLP governments, we had crocs in the cabinet and they got their egos going and everyone took over. But I'll tell you what, that government did deliver on some economic benefits. They brought debt down. So for all that stuff, they actually did some good stuff. Previous 8 years of Labor government, unfortunately, they've been infighting. They took that manual and they said, oh, that's an operating manual for how do we work. We'll just keep changing leaders around, do all that stuff. They forgot who they were serving. That's what they did. And it's a real shame. And I was hopeful. That this new, sure they were smaller, but we've had smaller oppositions, would build themselves up, come forward, get credible, and go hard. But no, what have we had? Now, the member for Fong Lim referred to reach for the mothership, call the mothership to try and get some information how they could improve. Well, unfortunately, that mothership is the Titanic. It is the Titanic. And yes, they've been shuffling the deck chairs. They've certainly been doing, but the ship's going down, the ship's still going down. So let me think, we've still got the same captain. Member for Drysdale might help me on some of these military terms. But, they've replaced the lieutenant, pulled in a new lieutenant. They've pulled in the new chief petty officer. They've got them working out on the front bench. They're out there going, wow, 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 wow. But, of course, two other of the crew, unfortunately, they got demoted to seamen. They got pushed down, and they're not even able seamen. They've just gone straight to seamen. And I reckon they've been sent to the brig. They are just cooling their heels in the brig. And that's a pity, because they should all be working together. And rather than just looking after themselves and all being about themselves, they should be about the territory. So, and if you think I'm the only person that's saying that, let's go back to, I do actually have some respect for some Labor federal members, some, not all. But I think the member for Lingiari, Marion Scrimshaw, I find her really good. And what did she say about all this shuffling on the Titanic? Territory Labor leader Selina Ubo needs to show leadership. I couldn't put it better myself. And in the long-running scandal that's been going on, adding ongoing scandal is not good for the Australian Labor Party or the Northern Territory. Well, I tell you what, the scandal just keeps going. May I say. And that's a pity, because they should be really going hard at this. So I'll tell you what Labor needs to do. If they really want to get on board, they should be urging their federal colleagues, getting in and urging their federal colleagues to get behind the territory. And they should be out there lobbying, saying, hey, you've underfunded us for this, you've underfunded us for that. Why don't you come up here and get out there and help us? Because the territory government's trying to do its best, but you've got the lion's share of this. You can really make a difference. That's where this Labor opposition could actually add value. But do they do that? No. And I tell you what, some of their Labor federal colleagues, as I said, I have high respect for the member for Lingiari, not so much for the member for Solomon, may I say, Madam Speaker, because his policy efforts in terms of helping the territory are a joke, an absolute joke. And often, as I said, when we talk about jokes, we talk about oldies and goodies. It's not an oldie and a goodie. In his case, it's an oldie and a baddie. Oldie and a baddie. That's all he can come up with. And he'd probably go over to Germany now and try and bring Aldi in. Why doesn't he get focused, go and leverage up to get more into our health funding, more into our health systems, more into our regions, more into our infrastructure? That's what he should be out lobbying for. But no, he's a bit too busy doing other things. I don't know why. But having said that, this is the contrast. This is the absolute contrast. But I've got to pick up on a couple of comments that have come into the debate, because that means I've been listening to it. Let's see the member for Nightcliff. Oh, he's good. He's coming new. You can see that. Bit green, but he's trying. But he came out with us and he said, talking about our government, he says, there's scraps and changes policy on the whim. that we scrap and change policy on the whim. Thank you, Member for Goyder, for stealing my thunder. Absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to go to. But everyone knows it, because one of the big challenges up here is housing, and we want housing affordability. And for 8 years, Labor, a bit half-baked, but they generally supported the idea, let's work with the federal government, let's develop Lee Point, let's get 800 houses out there. But just before the Nycliffe by-election, they scrapped and they changed. They did a policy on the whim change. Oh no, we don't support that. We don't support that. Imagine what investors think about that attitude. Where is the certainty? And there's definitely no confidence. So they have absolutely no confidence in that. And finally, I just want to pick up on the member for Johnson, who I believe is true to heart, believes all what she says. I'm not debating that. She should take up sand mining, though, because she's got her head in the sand. I'm telling you, she's right down there. Probably find some oil if she goes deep enough. Yeah, or gas, that's right. Because I heard us talk about renewables, and I know you're passionate about renewables, and that's great. But then she talked about estimates, and she talked about power and water. Oh, well, they told us that we can't do it, it's too expensive. So, no, they've got to go remodelling. TGen, I was there too. TGen, I asked them the question, what about transitioning to gas, to renewables? And they said no, they were 96% reliant on gas. And if they didn't have gas, they'd have to go back to diesel. That's what they said. They'd have to go back to diesel. So renewables, we all would love the renewables, I agree. But there's a transition phase. And I tell you what, if renewables were economic, businesses would grab it right now, because market forces don't muck around. They go with it. And there is a transition phase. And you say, the sun's free. Well, thank you. The Teletubbies know that. The sun's free. You just dance around it. But having said that, you've actually got to construct the stuff. You talk about putting in solar panels. They're not cheap. You've got to make sure the transition and the power. You've got to have battery storage and so on, because guess what? The sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day. You may not know that, member for Johnson, but if you take the head out of the sand, you understand. So my theory is, and yes, we should do renewables when we can and when they're affordable, but there will be a general transition and we will move to it. But at the moment around the world, if we took your advice, turned off the gas, went to renewables, power prices would go through the roof. We'd have people unemployed everywhere. It would be totally uneconomic. So we have a different view on that, and I appreciate that you may share a different view, but I think mine's more cast in reality rather than just streaming up there. So, Madam Speaker, look, I do appreciate the general intention of the first motion. I acknowledge again that many Territorians won't find it easy. They never do. They will be struggling, but we're out here to help. Our government is keen to relieve cost of living pressures in a whole range of different ways, but we do have to be fiscally responsible, and I know some people don't like that word, but we are, because we just don't have money to piss up against the wall, as they say. And on that note, thank you very much.
Are there any more speakers? Member for Drysdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take particular issue with today's motion raised by the Labor Party, because there's a figure that I want to talk about, and that's the $60,600 that those opposite signed every man, woman and child in the Northern Territory up to in debt. Right. So for every man, woman and child in Drysdale, the Labor Party in 8 years committed you to $60,600 in their forward estimates of debt, just debt. And then to come in here and try to lecture about a 5.3% increase, and I'm going to get to that, but $60,600 for a family of 4 in my electorate, that's $242,400. That is insane. That is actual insanity, that in 8 years they could put debt like that on the people of Drysdale in my electorate. And so Let's talk about actual figures about what we're doing in response. So, Territorians, the average home is likely to have a $2.84 per week increase. Now, the average home has 2.5 people in my electorate, so that equates to roughly, what have we got? Roughly 88 cents per person per week. Or you could have $60,600 over 8 years. And now let's break that down. Over 8 years, that's $145.67 for every man, woman, and child in accrued debt. That is insanity. And that is what the Labor Party left the people of the Northern Territory. I'm not going to say left our government. That is what they put. So every single person, $45.67 per week in their total debt extended. Now, what have we done since coming in? So, in the first year, we dropped that down to $57,500. And now in this year, it's $47,000. So the first year, the Treasurer's budget, he was still tied into all this promised spending from the Labor government, and he still managed to reduce it down to $57,000. And now it's $47,000. These are figures they don't want Territorians to know about. They don't want to know that the Treasurer in 2 years has reduced debt per person $13,000. That is incredible. That is actually incredible, and that is what the CLP government is delivering. And that's a real, tangible figure that is going to have huge long-term dividends for the Northern Territory. Now, why don't they want you to look at those figures? Why are they trying to shift this whole focus onto a 5.3% pay rise, 5.3% increase to the tariff? Well, currently, the national economy is on fire, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute disgrace, and I'm going to go through some facts because the people of the Northern Territory deserve to know the truth. So we're at a 4.35% cash rate, and the RBA has stated on the public record that that cash rate was materially rising before the energy crisis. So it was already aflamed. So, and this is the numbers I'm going to state, this is great too, because this is the federal government, the federal Labor government's own figures. So, prices nationally are up 16.1% since Labor came to power. Mortgage rates, and wait for it, people of Drysdale, mortgage rates are up 140.6%. 140.6%. Households paid $428 billion in interest, just in interest, across the nation since federal Labor's been in government. That's from June 22. Real income, so your real income, what you're actually able to spend your money on, is down 4.3%. The federal government's overseeing us all get poorer. And what does that mean? Well, it means for the people in my electorate, when you're struggling to afford groceries, when you're struggling to pay your mortgage, when your rent's up, this is why. Quarterly income tax per household is up 36.4%. So as you've gotten poorer, by their own figures of 4.3%, you're poorer, your household income tax is up 36.4%. They're coming for more of your money. And national debt has hit 1.1 trillion. Fantastic. So, you contrast that sets the national stage. That is the economic stage we are operating within. We've managed to get net debt down 18% in 2 years amongst all those national pressures. Those national pressures affect us just as much. And still, our government has reduced that down by 18%. Debt is stabilising at $13.2 billion in 29-30, with the deficit reduced to 5 million, just 5 million in that year. Not 1.3 billion or 1.4 billion like we were running at, which again is insane, which is why we were looking at $60,000, $600 for every man, woman and child. And so by 29-30, we're down to $5 million deficit. Whilst we have reduced taxes. We've reduced taxes. I don't want to over-tax burden our people. Why would you want to raise taxes? Why would you want to take more from working families? That is what is insane to me. Taking from them when it's already hard enough. And we've shown here, we've reduced the payroll tax. We've got the highest in the country. We've taken payroll tax to 2.5 million, the threshold. We've taken it off apprenticeships and trainees. This is all to stimulate. We want people in work, earning money and keeping their own money. And I dislike heavy taxation so much because it's so disempowering. It is so disempowering when you take more and more from your citizens. On top of all of this, national productivity is declining. That means the pool we have is getting smaller. And at the same time, we have a national federal government taking more than ever. So we are producing less, so the things we can tax, that's getting smaller and smaller. And how's the federal government responded? They're taking more. And that is the Labor economy. Bigger government spending, more taxation, more debt, and you are poorer. It's a really simple economics. And don't even start me, Madam Speaker, on the $275 that was promised. And how enlightening to find out during estimates that Jacana Energy has never heard from the federal government of any plan on how that was to be implemented. They'd never heard from the member for Gosling. The member for Solomon, Luke Gosling. He's never written to them. He's never spoken to them about it. The federal minister has never written or spoken to them about it. And no one from the federal government has ever engaged with Jacana Energy on how that was going to be delivered. So, at the same time of all this, we have a $31.5 billion deficit currently in our federal government, and that national debt will hit $1.3 trillion, which is $42.3 billion per year in interest. And so the debt rises, the interest rises, which means people in Drysdale have less at all levels of government to spend on, whilst productivity goes down, and these are all in response to federal policy. And thank you, Treasurer, who amongst this tide is still managing to deliver what he's done for the Territory. So yes, the tariff has gone up. It'll be roughly 88 cents per person. At the same time, in 2 years, he's dropped over $13,000 off the tax bill on every Territorian. And so I haven't heard Labor speak about that figure, and I will just put to the constituents, they can choose. They will have a choice, and that's what we do. We've made a decision, and... Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry, I was just waving at Brian.
Oh, yeah. I do note also the member for Johnston's mother and her family in the chamber. Where was I? Yes, so I care because it directly impacts the people in Drysdale. These decisions matter. And so when you see the Labor call flute people in Drysdale and that 88 cents per person per week rise in energy, remember it's a $13,500 that we have also reduced off the debt in 2 years. And you don't have to be very good at maths to see which figure is far more powerful. It's a very simple choice. The $13,600 saving is a far better economic result. And so I thank the Treasurer for his work, for the hard decisions our government is willing to make. And it's worth noting at the same time, as we have reduced that debt, we have sheltered, and I may be wrong and the Treasurer can correct me, but I believe 77% absorption government has done on that tariff rise. So 77% we have absorbed whilst bringing spending and debt under control. That is what serious economic management looks like. That is what serious governing looks like. And we will continue to do that because we are here for the people of the Northern Territory, for the future of this territory, and it is in trusted hands with the CLP because we will look after the people's interests. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Good.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it's very telling of the Labor opposition that this is the motion they choose to bring to us today. To me, it demonstrates that the Labor opposition has had a good look at our budget books and agreed that we are on the right track. To me, the only thing they could attack in our budget is the fact that power prices are going up. The power prices, which are heavily subsidised by the Northern Territory government and being raised in line with inflation. That is the worst thing the Labor opposition can see in our budget. And to me, I think that is incredibly powerful to note that they looked at our infrastructure plan and they said, good job. They looked at our funding for police, our funding for the courts and the justice system and our health, and they said, they're actually doing a pretty good job. They looked at the $10 million that the federal government gave us last week when we asked for 35, and they also said, that's pretty good. I say we're still 25 short to the Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've heard today from the Minister for People, Sport and Culture, and he detailed through the cost of living that is being provided to Territorians. Hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies are going out the door. We heard from the Treasurer and the hard work that's gone into turning around this budget balloon that we were left with. When the Labor Party was in government, they spent like there was no tomorrow. They didn't care that the credit card was getting full. They didn't care that they were approaching their own debt ceiling. They didn't care about what the generations of tomorrow would have to pay. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're not talking about investments in healthcare. We're not talking about investments in police, of which we have done record amounts in both. We're talking about the vanity projects, the overgrown promises, and delivering such projects as the State Square car park. While their own constituents in the bush couldn't get a house, they built a car park. While people on the Tiwi Islands said, hey, we have concerns, as we heard from the member for Arafura today, about our fuel security. They said, you know what would be great? A shade structure outside my favourite pub. That is the Labor government we had, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So the fact that they've only come out and they've said, what issue? What is the number one issue? What can I do to cut through to Territorians and prove myself to the Labor caucus and the Labor voters that I am the leader that should be here? I'm going to have a crack at power prices, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And to me, I think it's incredibly telling that the member for Arnhem has moved their own motion to the top. And I'm looking and I'm thinking to myself, is this the last time she'll address this House as Leader of the Opposition? And sometimes I go home at night, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think how incredibly grateful I am to be part of a United 17 team 17 members who all understand the burden that we have been given by the previous government, about the incredible amounts of debt that the member for Drysdale spoke about the incredible amount of interest that's being charged on that debt with nothing to show. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they spent our money and they increased the debt, they did not invest in the rural area. They did not invest in the hardworking Territorians who live out in the rural area around Darwin. They built overpasses in town, shade structures and car parks. Shadeless structures, sorry. The member for Barclay has a much better memory than me. And what they did not do was invest on our rural roads. They did not invest in our rural sporting clubs. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remember during the election campaign when, after doing a lot of work, me and the member for Nelson, we went out to Southern District's Crocs at the Norbuild Oval and we said, if we get elected, we'll invest in you. We will put lights on this oval. We will make sure that when you're playing AFL in the build-up, you can play in the cooler part of the day. The women, the children, the men, they can play outside of the heat of the build-up. And you know what the response was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the Labor government at the time? Oh yeah, we'll match that. That's an easy one. After 8 years of the club asking for it, the moment the CLP promised it, the Labor government at the time said, oh yeah, that's a good idea, we'll copy that. They do not care. It was not a genuine care for the rural families that use Norbuild Oval. It was not a genuine care when they went out there and said, oh yeah, we'll match it. It's nothing. If we're doing small $1 million promises, who cares? Small $1 million promises. That was in a press release, an NT News article as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that $1 million, which our government has delivered, has ensured that from the first game of the AFL season last year through to the last, that there were lights on at Norbuild Oval, that the women could train at night under the lights, safe and out of the dangerous heat of the build-up. It is about making sure that those rural families who are going down to watch the older brother play or the husband play, that they can sit in the nice cooler weather of the evening and enjoy the game. And when me and the Deputy Speaker and local councillor Chris Civitarese were down there watching that first home game under the lights, it was an incredible feeling, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is the investment that this government is making. This government is not pursuing ideological, fun little vanity projects for the fun of it. And the Labor government do not understand the damage that they have caused the Territory. If I said to the Attorney General, we've got $12 billion in surplus, what do you want to do with it? I'm sure she would have lots of great ideas. If I said to the Minister for Infrastructure and Logistics, we don't have $12 billion debt, we've got $12 billion in the bank, what do you want to do with it? He would fix the Territory. If I said to the Minister for Health, what could we do with this money? We'd be talking about a new hospital in Alice Springs. We'd be talking about a new hospital in Darwin. And instead, we stare at a credit card bill of over $12 billion saying, what did Labor achieve? What did they do for the Territory's future? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I go back out to the rural area and I talk to people out there who work hard, they have small businesses, a lot of them are tradies, and they work hard for their money and they pay a lot of tax. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they ask, what for? Why do we do all these things? And the answer up until recently was so the Labor Party could have fun little projects. So they could have their little shadeless structures out front of their pubs, so they could have their car parks, so they could have a nice place to park, while the people in their communities don't have adequate health facilities, while their roads are still unsealed. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government is investing. We're making the right decisions to turn the ship around, because we know, and it might not be my kids, it might be my grandkids that are still paying Labor's debt, but we are turning it around. I hate to think what would have happened if the people of the Territory hadn't decided to back in the CLP Whanokirari government, just how bad it would be right now. A Territory defaulting on loans is what I can only imagine, Mr. Deputy Speaker. a territory that can't afford the basics. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of our budget goes towards what you and I would describe as the basics, the must-dos. The roads, rates and rubbish that councils get hammered for is the schools that we fund. It's the health sector that we fund. It is the courts, it is the police, it is the bus drivers. They're hardworking Territorians right across the Northern Territory that we back in, day out. And the previous government had no plans for how to pay for them. They had no vision, they had no way of growing the pie. And they were happy to just sit twiddling their thumbs, going, what else can we promise and not deliver? And of their own projects, they couldn't fund them. They realised no one's going to give us money for this. I know it sounds great to go out to every community in the member for Gwodge's electorate and promise them the world, but he never had any money actually teed up to do it. When they'd go out to health clinics, they'd say, oh, next year, next year, next year. When the member for Daly, and I know he does care about the road out at Wadeye, when he'd go to his people and he'd say, next year, next year, next year, and next year never came, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And under a Labor government, next year would still be 50 years from now. But under the CLP Whanokaiaria government, we're getting on with the job. We're getting on with turning the tide around. We're ensuring that when we make decisions that spend other people's money, that we are making the absolute best choice, the best use of money for Territorians, the best possible value, the best possible way of growing our economy. And we saw that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the Home Build and the Fresh Start grants. We saw a massive multiplier. We will help Territorians, give them $50,000 if they're a first home builder, or $30,000 if they've had an existing home to build a new home. And I've seen that right across my electorate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and predominantly young people taking up that opportunity, using that money towards the deposit, using that money towards the build, and making sure that our construction sector, for the first time in a long time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was being stimulated. And that has been an incredible use of money. It is about making sure that we have territory jobs. It's about making sure our local construction industry is thriving. It's about making sure that Territorians have somewhere to live. And again, what happened? We announced the scheme before the election, and the Labor government at the time said, oh yeah, we'll copy that. They had no ideas of their own, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They weren't pursuing any way of turning the tide around. And part of me wonders in that final caucus meeting before the election whether they sat around and said, really hope we don't win this one, guys. I'm sure they would have preferred if a couple of them kept their seats, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the Territorians knew that the time was over and you simply couldn't trust Labor. You simply can't trust them with another 4 years because Territorians knew this was make or break. We had a crime crisis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was costing Territorians not only emotional damage, which is very severe, that the safety, not being able to walk around in the streets at night and feel safe, but also the property damage, the insurance rises. And just while I'm talking about insurance, because it actually did come up earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the 0822 postcode, Mr. Deputy Speaker, extends from Wadeye in the west to Groot Island in the east, the Tiwi Islands in the north, and just south of Catherine in the southwest. This lovely postcode, which includes a good chunk of the territory, also includes the rural suburbs of Bees Creek, McMinn's Lagoon, Lambles Lagoon, Acacia Hills, Maracay, and lots of other parts of the area of the territory I refer to as God's country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this postcode has been an absolute menace in the last couple of months, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What has happened is a lot of insurance companies base their rates on postcode. A lot of insurance companies won't offer new policies because of a cyclone 700 kilometres away. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had constituents during the cyclone on Groot Island come to my office because they were worried they weren't going to be able to close on their home loan because you need to have your house insured to finalise it, but no one would offer them insurance despite the fact they were 800 kilometres away from the cyclone. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I've written to the federal member for Lingari, Marion Scrimgeour, on this issue. I wrote to her in February and I said, this is something that is above politics. This just makes sense. We need postcodes that define where people live, not a third of the territory. It also affects things such as shipping, the shipping rates. Somebody who lives 200 metres away in 0839 will get much cheaper rates for delivery because people think they have to drive out to Groot Island, catch a ferry, catch a boat to deliver something, when in reality you're 5 minutes from a KFC and a Kmart near Coalinga. The 0822 postcode, as I said, I wrote to the federal member, Marion Scrimgeour, the member for Lingari, about this issue in February. And while I was down in Tennant Creek a couple of weeks ago, the lovely land of opportunity, second only behind Goyder in the member for Barclay's electorate, I spoke with the member for Lingari and we talked about the need for all government levels to come together. And I sent her an email and she has replied now. And, you know, she said she'll take up the issue, and if not, we'll do it for her. But it is something that it impacts Territorians' cost of living every day. And it took a couple of emails, it took a couple of months, but I look forward to working with our federal members to progress this issue. And I look forward to the support from the member for Daly, from the member for Guadja, from the member for Arnhem and Arafura in their support. And that is some real cost of living we can deliver. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I know it's not the end of the world, but recently the KO deal excluded remote Territorians from being able to access KO, and remote Australians, they have to use Foxtel now. So somebody living in Bees Creek, multiple people living in Bees Creek have been cut off from KO, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't live in Bees Creek anymore, I live out in Lambles, but my KO on my TV no longer works, Mr Deputy Speaker. Which just goes to show it's affecting all Territorians, but that's another way where the postcode discrimination is ridiculous. And I personally think it's discriminatory to cut off services to remote Australians that are being serviced by the internet. That does not make sense to me. But Mr Deputy Speaker, going back to this motion that we have in front of us, this amendment to the motion, I think it is important that we do reflect on the trajectory the Northern Territory was going under Labor. But we also look to the future. The future under a CLP Whanokhiari government that is turning the tide around. A future where Territorians have the confidence to build their home, to invest in the Territory, to hire those extra staff. And we've seen that when we cut payroll tax, when we raised the threshold, the amount of money we were recouping went up as businesses continued to grow. We want to grow the pie, Mr Deputy Speaker, because we know you can't tax your way out of this hole that Labor built for us. You have to grow the pie. We are bringing the Beetaloo online in about 40 days, Mr Deputy Speaker. Beetaloo gas will be flowing through and powering the lights in Territory homes. Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Nelson, when he one day will invest in an electric vehicle, he'll be able to charge his electric vehicle with Beetaloo gas. It'll be a long time before I think he retires the Land Cruiser, but one day he might be able to. But Mr Deputy Speaker, it is the Territory gas that will be powering the Northern Territory economy for years to come. It is the Territory gas that provides that longevity, and it's the Territory gas that can power the nation. We need to work with the federal government. They need to come to the table to help us unlock the Territory gas to the East Coast. Instead, they're building import terminals on the East Coast instead of backing in Territory gas. They are talking about building another 3 terminals, I think it was 3 terminals over the next 2 years in the East Coast or upgrades instead of investing in Territory gas. They would rather we import our gas than back Territory own the federal government, Mr Deputy Speaker. They don't want to support Territory jobs the same way we do. They don't want to back in the Territory that help us grow. They constantly threaten our funding. They get dragged to the table when it comes to maternity services in the Northern Territory, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let's not forget the $10 million investment is welcome, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we asked for 35. We needed 35. We need about $300 million for our healthcare system, because Territorians deserve the best. Territorians deserve to have that opportunity and to have that confidence that we are helping to deliver for the Northern Territory. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the little things that keep me going. It's the little people who say, you know what, I was going to move interstate, I was thinking about selling, but you know what, you guys are doing all right. You guys are turning around. I can see this as a place I want to be with my grandchildren. I want to raise my family here. And that's the stuff, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that makes it all worth it. It makes coming to this place and listening to terrible after terrible speech from those opposite absolutely worth it. It makes the rewriting of history...
Member Casuarina.
Planning Board 43, can member have extension of time, please?
Leave granted? Aye. Leave's granted.
Thank you to the member for Casuarina. He clearly wants to continue to hear about the failures of the previous Labor government. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I knew countless people who decided, the Territory wasn't for them under the last couple of years of the Labor government. They didn't feel safe. They didn't want to buy property up here. They didn't want to raise their families. They didn't want to send their kids to school up here. And those people are turning around, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and coming back and investing in the Territory. They're moving back. Property prices have gone up considerably in the last 2 years of the CLP Whanokaiaria government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because people realise this is the place to be. This is the land of opportunity. This is the place where you can get ahead. This is the place where you can build a career, build a family, and go out, enjoy the Territory lifestyle, and just enjoy being in the last frontier of Australia. It is a place that I look forward to one day raising my kids, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I love the Territory, and under the CLP Whanokaiaria government, I'm sure that there will be a Territory worth living in. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I put the question.
Thank you.
I move that I put the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Member for Gorda. I'll just check with the clerk if I can. Is it the global time?
Yeah, no, we're happy.
Okay, so the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it.
No, division.
Ring the bells.
I've got my little crew. And then we're finished. Then it's...
Yeah. Result of the division 17 ayes, 5 noes. The amendment's carried. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Division. We're just doing a 1 minute division. Just so people know. Result of the division 17 ayes, 5 noes. The amended motion's been carried. Time for general business.